Alright, it's Monday morning. I apologize I wasn't here for Thursday or Friday because I was helping some friends out. But now that we are here, I'm actually here doing something basically one of my viewers and actually my little brother ended up suggesting. Is SKALD against the Black Priory. It's a Norwegian game, I believe, if I remember the dev correctly. And it's basically just modeled off of a lot of old school RPGs and like kind of traditional games. So it's honestly right up my alley. I ended up getting thrown it pretty much as soon as my brother saw it on Steam. I'm gonna mess around with the overlay as soon as we actually get in, but right now I'll just leave it as is. I don't believe I can rescale the UI at all. Oh, I might. No, that's a windowed mode. Yeah, no, we're good. We'll check that B isn't anything. Not. Right. Perfect. New game, of course. I'm gonna go on normal here. Everything here is fine. As usual, be picking a maid start, as I should. Music is a little quiet. Go up on that. Oh, I'll definitely be needing to move that around. I see that it's in the bottom right now. Oh well, it'll be changed in a second. Guild Magos with what? Gilder would be fine with the starting bit. I have played just enough to actually understand what I'm doing, and enough to understand I don't know what I'm doing. But it's fine. Crafting survival's actually nice, but I think more, you know what, more attunement would probably just be good early on. I'm gonna go with this here, maxed out as I can get it. 3 more in that. A little more in lore and crafting. And then we might as well do diplomacy and awareness. Here, derived from your various different stats, we need basically all of these are various different things. We may get stuff with magic missile and stuff with summoning. That's actually very useful in game to have a bunch of shields early on. Is there anything good in tier 2? Stone skin's actually pretty nice. In tier 2 of this, haste, purge, invisibility. Lightning strike is always fun, but cascade is what you're really looking for early on. Increased attunement, increased lore, increased craft. I don't actually know what spell aptitude is in this. I'll have to see in a bit. I'll do. Perfect. We'll get the rest later, because I have no idea how to properly build a character here. Fine, I need magic missile, and I'm gonna do. I got blink on one of my other characters, and it's somewhat useful to be invisible for like a single round. I think blurring might be better, just for the fact that I can ignore things. Should be fine. Fortunately, there's no particularly old portraits here. The He-Man style thing there, but here. Go with the default. mess around with this. Make him look a little wizardly. That works. And name him. Let's do. Of course, Grungus, as is classic. People will randomly refer to my character in game. It's wonderful. Move the overlay stuff now before I actually change anything. Stream elements real quick so that nothing actually gets covered. Because this game has a lot of very cool art and a lot of dialogue, and I don't want to mess with that in the slightest. Because it's genuinely, like, after playing even a bit of it off stream, then this has been, you know, this very, very cool kind of game. And where do I want it? That box is probably going to go up just beside the character stuff here. Move it. I think that might work. URL here, and what are we getting for this? That's still covering some of the character spots, so slightly off. Put this up at least. At that. What? Downsize it a bit, and we're going to change font size. Hopefully it's still legible. Ah, it's still actually taking up a bit from the center here. Alert box I don't want to mess with, so where would be a better spot for this? You know what? I know that there's an initiative tracker over there early on, but doesn't take up too much. It'll be fine. How much of that does that take up? I'm actually going to throw a message in chat here. I'm going to do test for chat box. All right, that's a good spot. I'll leave that there. Actually, no, I'm going to inch it up a little bit higher. Because I know for a fact, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, I know for a fact that this game likes to throw a lot more dialogue at you as soon as there's a actual choice that I can make. There we go. Here we go. So, now let's start. On the wine dark, raging seas of the Outer Isles, a lone Caraville struggles against the winds and waves towards the accursed island of Idra. Moan of creaking timbers, the tang of preserved fish. Your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness of the ship's dimly lit hold. Suddenly, something strikes the hull and the ship rocks violently. Heart begins to pound, and a feeling of unease grows in your stomach. Since we're a wizard, we'll rouse ourselves from deep meditation. Get up to your feet and become aware of agitated voices shouting up on deck. Something is not right. Make your way up top and get a bearing on the situation. Be on your way. There we go. I don't really need a tutorial right now, but I'm going to leave them on just in case I miss anything outside the extreme basics. I know how the rest of the game works for right now. Should be good. Open things up. Oh, right, I forget they don't even get light armor. Weird that I can get the steel helmet, though. Short sword. Right, all that's worse. There. Stop dead as you narrowly avoid stepping on a rust-red puddle. The stench of blood fills your nostrils, and as you look around in the dim light of the hold, you realize someone or something fought for their life here. Same moment the thought hits you, a hiss sounds from the shadows. You squint towards the shadows as a hunched, feral-looking form slowly slinks forwards. Tiny, disgustingly human-like hands, yellow fangs, and a grotesquely dexterous pink tail leave no doubt to the creature's rodent nature. Though as it emerges from the shadows, it becomes abundantly clear that what may have started life as a common shiprat has now grown into something that has no right to exist. Second hiss sounds behind you, and the abominations lunge at you. So basically, initiative is tracked on the left here by all of these various different things. You have 2 for the rats here, and Grungus here unfortunately goes last. So, since he's a spellcaster, I'm going to throw him in back here while I'm positioning, and we can begin combat. What we want here. He's not in place for a shockwave. That's it is. Ah. Catch missile. He's immune to panicked. What do you mean you're immune to panicked? This early? Get out of here. Loot them. You'll note those rats were diseased. We have to actually pick up this lantern here and equip it to see all the barrels around us. And to make sure that we cure ourselves. Oh, there we go. Weakly diseased. Quick save, and clamber up the ladder. Merge onto the ship's lower deck. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you become aware of a hulking figure standing in the shadows. Grungus, here at last, growls a low, rough voice. No, my RPG name is in the game. Who's there? Show yourself. Roland, where the tides have you been? Below decks, planning our landing. Why? Island is in sight, but the damn guilders refuse to land. They want to turn back. They say why? A superstitious build. They claim they saw something in the water. Either way, our boys are about to show them some very real steel. Can't land, we lose our shot at the girl, because the point of this game is that you're basically mercenaries hired to go and find someone. And no one gets paid. Listen here, I know our boys better than most. We've hired them to go to Idra and kill. If we don't pay them, things will go bad very quickly. The sailors are bloody terrified. They claim something is hunting us. Go, for all the good it will do. Wait, there are a few sailors up ahead, rattled as a pair of rabbits. Way past them? There are 2 doors ahead. Take the left and we should be able to sneak past them without any trouble. Anything else I should know? Just get off this bloody boat. Motioning for you to take the lead, Roland falls in behind you. From above, agitated shouts can be heard. Roland's our bruiser-type character, and the earliest companion you get in the story. We're going to distribute some points here. Give him a bunch of melee skills. Give him some shield training and sword training, so we're going to make him a bit sword and board. Then give him some toughness to make sure he can soak up some damage. Fortunately, I don't think we get a shield this early. Ah well. Craft some baked potatoes here. Note is scrawled in crude letters. Cook, I cannot stand another meal of salted fish. There's a it's a limit. There's a limit to how long a man can live on salt, potatoes, and Kirkland. Take heed, or get a dagger in the eye, you cheap bastard. But complaining about the food, no worries. I do want the key to area back here. Better thievery? Better force. Here. Oh. Stop yourself. You're guild sailors. Alright. Men stop dead in their tracks, seemingly shocked back from their momentary lapse of sanity by your words. Pair blinks towards you in a moment of indecision and then stumbles up to the main deck in the tumult that seems to be taking place up there. Convince them to not fight us. And we get a short sword for our work. There he goes. Now we get two force. We took A damage from forcing the door. Alright. Recognize the corpse of one of the crewmates, a young man of barely 16 years called Sullum. The youth has been mauled to death by what you assume are the grotesquely altered rats you encountered just minutes ago. Corpse is still warm. A bunch of the potions, he's not gonna need them anymore. And we have a journal. Frickin's journal. There. Written on the day of departure from the mainland. Left Adler's helm today with a full complement of passengers, mercenaries by the looks of it. Paid well. Ship was dispatched by Guild before we could fully restock medical supplies. Hopefully we won't need them. Then again, our passengers make me uneasy. 5 days ago. We're all in the mess. Had to set nose. Men seem on edge. Can't say I blame them. Been sleeping poorly and dreams are unsound. 4 days ago. Egan came to me today with a bite wound that he sustained whilst working in the hold. Didn't see creature, and I would say it was a rat's bite if it weren't for the size and some aspect of the dentition that I find hard to explain properly. And 2 days ago, was visited today by Navigator Aslam. He asked for white fern, a sedative. Claimed he had trouble sleeping, suspected he wasn't fully forthcoming, and when pushed, he mumbled something about the stars being odd. Not sure what he meant, and he left before I could push him further. Written today. Men are about to break. We can't maintain our course for Idra. Captain advised me today to make ready the surgery and to expect casualties. I suspect he intends to inform our passengers that he refuses to land on the island. If this is my last, then the entry trails off. Alright. A lot of lore. Fortunately, we can't rest. Take anything from in here? No, I can't. Save again. Clamber on up. Emerge onto the deck and see 2 groups of men facing each other with weapons drawn. The ship shakes violently in the grip of a storm as lightning tears across the sky. Amidst the din of the storm and their frantic arguments, you bellow for the attention of the assembled crewmen and mercenaries. Both the ship's captain and the leader of the mercenaries you hired, a coarse thug of a man named Gustavo, turn their attention to you. They look ready to use the unsheathed weapons in their hands at the slightest provocation. I will address the captain here. Direct your attention to the ship's captain. You know him to be a reasonable but suggestible man. At present, his usually placid eyes are wild with panic or anger. I paid you for passage to the shore, did I not? Captain lowers his weapon and speaks earnestly. Most of Idra is cursed. We've heard tales and assumed them grog-drenched rumors only. There's something between us and the shore that will drag us all to a watery grave. What are you talking about? What have you seen? Not but glimpses. My men have seen the shadow of something deep in the waters, stalking us. Nothing natural moves like that. He glares murderously at the captain. Renege on our deal based on a glimpse? The desperation in the captain's voice. Seasoned sailors, we do not balk at shadows. You need to be alive to rescue this girl you speak of. We're out of time. Sail us in or argue the point with Gustavo, or... Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're out of time. Gustavo turns his steely gaze from you to the captain. We spelled this out for you, sea dog. We contracted you to rescue the girl. If you don't get us to the shore, we'll gut you for free. Mercenaries you hired all shift their weight in anticipation of making good on that promise. Captain, he's right. Do what you were hired to do. Something changes in the captain's expression. He stands tall. Not order my ship and my men to certain doom. We shall not get any closer to the coast while I have command. What we put points into diplomacy for, so fingers crossed. And here we go. You bring glory upon thine ancestors. You, the ship's crew, lower their weapons. The captain's eyes flit between you and Gustavo's murderous grin. He sheathes his blade and speaks softly, his voice barely audible over the ship, snapping sails. So be it, may the deep have mercy. Suddenly, huge, monstrous tentacles burst from the water around the ship. For a split second before the terror sets in, you wonder what Gustavo must be thinking as the monstrosities loom over him. After reaching their full height, the tentacles curve inwards and smash into the ship. Some pierce straight through the deck, others snap the mast like they were matchsticks. You stand frozen in place. The haze of splintered wood and panicked screams, you notice Roland. Throws himself out of the way of a tentacle, but begins to fall overboard as the ship lurches once more. We'll go to his aid. We're playing a relatively nice person. Dash towards the ship's fractured rail, dodging holes in the deck and wounded men, beseeching you for help. Roland hangs by one arm from the side of the ship, trying to grab him. Lunge for Roland's arm, but he loses his grip, and your fingers close only around thin air. You missed him by an inch. He falls wordlessly downwards. You watch as he's swallowed by the raging sea. The ship is listing fatally, and you see the great tentacles high above you, posed for the coup de grace. Coup de grace, yeah. Abandon ship. As you jump, you hear the terrible rending of wood giving in to flesh. The impact of the water the impact of the water winds you. The waves pummel you down. The currents beseech you to go deeper, ever deeper. Peaceful blackness. Sink. Now we have a flashback. Hey, buddy. Guardsman dressed in the livery of the noble house Baron. Guard scowls somewhat at you. Armsmaster Lyra awaits you at the main entrance. Just talk to her if you've not already done so. Come here, whelp. Aging armored man in the livery of House Baron stands and scowls at you. Eyes like coal peer out from a craggy face, fringed top and bottom with wild, white hair. Turn his stare. The older man crosses his massive arms, steps forwards, and leans towards you. Oh, young sellsword, come looking for a scrap, have you? His voice is full of gravel, and there's now a glint in his eyes, though the old coals have begun to warm up. Old fool. Single bark of laughter emanates from the dense beard as he embraces you in a crushing bear hug. He may be older and grayer, but from the force of his hug, you don't reckon you'd have any more chance of beating him now than you did when you were 12. Good to see some things haven't changed. Ian steps back and allows you to breathe again before grabbing you by the shoulders. Heard of your father's passing. Truly, he sits with a golden dead now. Tell me, how did he die? We'll say in battle, of course. Gideon's eyes narrow. Then the old warrior died a fitting death. He is quiet for a moment, and breaks into a grin. Raise a cup to his name, together, you and I, as soon as you're done with Cato. I can rustle up some ale fit for a guess. Ask, why am I here? Master Cato will chew your ear plenty when you see him, Grungus. Forget we named ourselves that. Lyra, the new master-at-arms, awaits you by the main entrance. She'll escort you. Don't ask her not to. You think I had a temper. fails to hide the note of anxiety in the grizzled houseguard's voice. Diplomacy. What are you hiding from me, old boy? And glory upon the ancestors again. Never could pull the wool over your eyes. Truth is, many a day's been dark of late for House Baron. Perhaps it all started when you and your father left. A guilty grimace flashes across his face. Maybe it started even earlier. Gideon pauses to blow out a long breath. Won't betray my master's confidence by saying more. Best you see him yourself. Very well, I'll go to the Master-at-Arms. If you want to explore for old time's sake, take this lantern. Lord Baron will wait, and we don't want you getting lost in the hedge maze again. And laughs heartily and hands you a small brass lantern. Whatever may come to pass, it did this old warrior barrel of good to see you again, boy. The old man slaps you on the shoulder in parting, almost knocking you off balance. He then seems to remember something as he leans in conspiratorially. Damn knees are acting up again. Can't hardly sleep on account of the aches. Let me tell you, take an arrow in the leg any day. Going over to the kitchen later for a bit of grub, a bottle of brandy from the wine cellar would make a happy man. Gideon shifts as if to emphasize his stiff knees. First, don't keep Lyra waiting any longer. Talk to her first, and I'll be here for later. Ah, yes, the most important quest here. Dog. I appreciate that the game has enough attention to detail to be like, you can do this. Woman stands before the main entrance to the villa. Her posture speaks of a graceful, coiled power, that of a dueling ace. No doubt she is a new master-at-arms for House Baron. As you approach, she offers a quick, neat bow, just low enough to be respectful. Greetings, Grungus. Master Cato welcomes you back to House Baron. Master is eager to meet with you and is ready at your leisure. However, if you wish to refresh yourself first, he suggests you visit the kitchen for some food and then perhaps walk the grounds and gardens. Why have I been summoned? That is for the master himself to answer. He will soon enough. He will soon enough. For now, though, please get some food and look around. I'm sure old Gideon would be happy to see you if you've not talked to him already. Very well. Excellent. Well, I'm sure you still know your way around the grounds. The kitchen is in the building to the east, and the garden and hedge maze is to the west. Back and check in with me once you stretch your legs. We'll check out the hedge maze first. They're both drunk, I think. Don't tell me you've an audience. I think we can actually go in anywhere over there, so we actually have to make our way through the maze. Stand before the gate of the hedge maze. It stirs old feelings of both dread and elation. Sounds and smells of the estate grounds as they were long ago call to you from distant memory. You feel you could easily plunge yourself into their depths. Let yourself go and remember. Which daydream is it this time? Are you valiantly defending me from rebels again? Embla throws a pine cone at you, snapping you from your reverie. 10 years old, and you're a year her senior. Play hide and seek in the maze. I'll hide. Faintly hear someone yell her name in the distance. Better run, star child. Only my mother ever calls me that, Embla says, frowning. Where did you hear it from? Before you can reply, she flings her another pine cone at you, and darts off into the maze. Her man's voice yells Embla's name again, much closer now. Either way, she's lost to you in the winding passages of the hedge maze. Her memory tugs at you, urging you on to the center of the maze. Explore a bit here. The usual follow the left wall trick. Always works. Stand at the center of the maze. Feels much less impressive than you remember. The ornamental pond was once an ocean, the rock at its heart a windswept island. Found me, daydreamer. Remember the tone of her voice, and can almost see the impish 10-year-old wading through the pond. You always come here. Like the water, it's so calm. Embla shoots you a mischievous look. Notice the faintest tang of ozone. Makes a slow motion hop through the water. fingers trailing through the pond's surface where the water and skin meet. Strange colors bleed and spread across the surface. You'll get in trouble. Stop it. Ella moves her fingers across the water's surface like a painter's brush. Colors spill across the pond, and for a sleeping moment you fancy that you can see cloud-topped mountains. The ramparts of an impossibly large city reaching towards the heavens. Silence is shattered by a shout, along with the beguiling images. Mr. Simpler, the master requests you in the house immediately. My father, something's wrong. Mother, she's ill again. I think I caused it. What I can do, it poisons her mind. How long until mother isn't mother? Or until father isn't lord? Or your father isn't master-at-arms? How long will any of it last? I don't know, no one does. You feel like everything is a lie, like there's a veil that covers everything. In some parts, it's thin enough to see through. Embla starts as your father steps breathily into the enclosed garden. He's red-faced from exertion and anger. Young lady, you can't run off like this. The whole estate is looking for you. Father is ill and needs you. Now, say nothing. Father shoots you a stern glance. I'll deal with you later. Embla says nothing as your father grabs her by the arm and hauls her past you. Back to the house. Doesn't meet your eyes as you pass. Finding yourself back in the present, a chill has crept into your bones. You'd best move on. I think if I go this way, if I remember from the little I played earlier, I'm quite lost. Poor guy. Helps that the map stays revealed. Kitchen. The kitchen is in the eastern end of the courtyard, the garden and hedge maze to the west. I needn't remind you that it's a poor idea to enter the maze without a lantern. Good evening, my lord. Enter the kitchen, and a pair of scullions offer a hurried bow. It's all so much quieter, emptier, and gloomier than you remember. Of course, old Magda is no longer where she used to be, sitting by the oven, kind, red-faced, and tending a shank of lamb. Remember the matronly woman as she sat, humming to herself, pouring fat over the roasting meat. Child, come here, will you? Magda was always a beacon of kindness in a childhood where such qualities were few and far between. Go to Magda. Magda clasped you gently with her tubby hand. You eaten yet? Before you can answer, she produces a small bundle of treats from her apron and hands it to you. As son to the master-at-arms of the great house baron, you did not go wanting, materially, at least. Thank you. Magda looks at you with kind eyes as you pick at the bundle. Here again, down in the cellar. He's not so good, my child. Sleeping now, but it would be best if you got him to bed before his men see him like this again. Knot in your stomach is as real now as it was when you were 12. Go get him. Don't worry, he won't make a fuss. He just needs time. No, Grungus, deep wounds take a long while to heal. The old woman turns back to her meat and resumed her meandering humming. The sound of a man clearing his throat snaps you back out of your reminiscing. May I help you, my lord? A man in a chef's outfit offers you in a hoarse voice. Here he is over here. Chef offers you a short bow and a tired but sincere smile. I am Chef Armand, and my humble kitchen is at your disposal. Sadly, I was told of your arrival only minutes ago, and my oven must be fired up again. You must be famished. My suggestion is thusly. As I stoke the fire, you run down in the pantry and fetch some cured ham and cheddar cheese. I'll then teach you how to cook my renowned melted cheese sandwich, as you shall never want for an evening meal for as long as you live. Very well. The grilled cheese will solve world hunger. Splendid. Pantry is west of the wine cellar, and the cheese is kept in the northernmost room. Return when you have had the cured ham and cheddar. I shall provide bread and instructions. Now, venture forth into the underworld. Where is this cellar? Use the hatch in the floor over there. Armand points towards a wooden hatch by the wall. It's quite dark down there, but there should be a lantern in the chest near the stairs. Good luck. Chef Armand walks back and forth, tending the fire and keeping his kitchen tidy. It is the gait of a man who's been on his feet for far, far too many hours. Gideon has asked me to fetch a bottle of brandy for him. The old wretch is too cowardly to come himself, so he sends you instead. Brandy will be the end of him, I say. And again, who am I to deny the old fool a few pleasures? Find a crate of fine Remy and brandy in the northeast corner of the wine cellar. If Armand walks back and forth, yeah, okay. And leave. Get our lantern here. 2 now. Empty bottles litter the floor of this room. You chuckle to yourself as you imagine the kitchen staff in their wine tasting sessions. No doubt much revelry has taken place here. Then, a cool gust of air from the passage to the north. The wine cellar lies that way. You can almost hear a faint sobbing. Ghosts, no doubt. You're gripped by a long-hidden memory upon entering this part of the cellar, and sealed it away, but in so doing preserved its strength. And now, it demands freedom. You can still recall smelling him before you could make out his writhing shape in the dim light of the cellar. Mistress Valeria, open the door. Your father doesn't even notice you in the throes of his intoxicated ramblings. How could they take her? Her chambers were locked from the inside. Where is she? Take some sense into him. Your father jolts upright, the bloodshot whites of his eyes glaring out in the darkness. We found her, wandering the forest outside the estate. Mistress Valeria, help him stand. Haltingly and leaning heavily on you, your father manages to stand. He was never the same. Whatever happened broke her. The girl, you know. Seed was planted in Valeria that night. How could you know? You were but a babe yourself. Help lead the now sobbing man out of the cellar. Stop it, father. Lord Cato trusted me, and I failed him. Valeria was the one to pay the price. Mind broken, that spawn of a child. Father's voice seized with fury. Enough. Don't talk back to me, you bastard. What do you know about honor? As much as your harlot mother. Father steps away from you unsteadily, tears streaming down his contorted face. We'll turn and run. He's slightly cowardly wizard. Draw a ragged breath and snap out of the memory. Your knuckles white. You're alone in the damp cellar. And don't particularly feel like dwelling there. The ghosts you're talking about. Cured ham. Shuffle around a bit. Here's all the cheese. Hop over here. Chef Armand wanders back and forth tending the fire. I already said this. I have the ham and cheese. Perfect. First of all, here's some bread. The cauldron is quite empty and just warm enough for you to use. Remember, you need both the bread, ham, and cheese to make the perfect sandwich. Go on and give it a try. Bring me the result. Let's see if you have it in you. Our crafting skills should be high enough to make a grilled cheese sandwich. Here we go. Perfect. Present the sandwich for inspection. Wash the scent of the grilled sandwich towards his nose. The crust of the bread, the softness of the cheese, the savoriness of the ham. Perfection. You shall indeed never again go hungry in the night. All right, buddy. Here we go. Then we can give this guy his brandy. I have your medicine. Some fine foraging, young whelp. Before you can get a word in, Gideon snatches the bottle, uncorks it, and drinks deeply. The old man, eyes closed in relief, lets out a deep sigh. Your sleep be dreamless. He speaks as if to himself. Sleep be dreamless. Gideon smiles sadly. Old soldier's greeting. Something one mercenary would say to another as a prayer to not dwell on your painful memories. Kind that comes with the work. Father and I, he halts momentarily and looks at you. Father and I would always part with those words. Now I've held you long enough. Be on your way. You've explored. There you are. If your nostalgia is appeased, the master will see you now. Be Cato. Very well, if it pleases you. The master is in his office, just ahead. And note, once you meet with the master, things may move quickly, and you may not have another chance to walk the grounds. Yes, I remember the way. Suppose you do. I'll escort you nonetheless. A flicker of a smile plays across her face. She beckons for you to lead the way. The opulence is faded, the shadows longer. Clearly much has changed since the last time you were here. Remember how long it's been. It's been years, perhaps decades since you were here. Not since your father was the house arms master. Not since... Must have your wits about you. Perhaps now isn't the time to dwell on painful memories. Well, anyway. Not since your father's exile. No more than 12 when you were driven from the household. Hard were the years that followed. Mercenary life is bloody and unforgiving. Those years stole your childhood. Eventually, they took your father, too. Your father had always insisted, to his dying breath, that his failure had been his own. He had gotten the fate he deserved. Memories are painful nonetheless. Flanking the doorway are 2 marble statues. The craftsmanship is stunning, but the sight of the 2 women depicted fills you with sadness. One you recognize immediately. Valeria Baron, the mistress of the house. Remember her as a gray ghost, absent and unwell. The other statue depicts the girl you once knew so well, Embla Baron, daughter of the house, now a woman grown strong and clear-eyed. Her likeness has none of her mother's cowed timidness. How is Valeria these days? Mistress is vacationing in the countryside. Vera answers curtly. What of Embla? Vera's eyes flicker ever so slightly. She'd hasten you to Master Baron. I'm impatient to see you. Fortunately, I don't think I can go to the library, so this is just linear. Inward. Cato Baron sits tall in a tasteful but modest reception room. He looks less imposing than you remember. A few more crow's feet. Nonetheless, he's lost none of his composure and air of casual authority. Take a seat across a formidable desk from him. This study, like the rest of the villa, is half-lit, giving a morose cast to its opulence. The older man's face creases into a tired but genuine smile, momentarily lifts some of the room's oppressive mood. The mercy to see you again, your own man and in your prime, Cato says, or a frown consumes his smile. Shame our reunion is overshadowed by the fates of those we love. Perhaps together we can improve our collective circumstances. So, you know my father is dead. Cato leans forwards, hands clasped beneath his chin. Deny it. Saddened to hear of his passing. Despite everything, I remember him fondly. Him to drink and mercenary work. Cato leans back again, and his eyes go distant. Failed in his duties. Arms master, there is no greater shame than a lapse of vigilance. Drove himself into exile. There shifts slightly behind Cato. He failed, it was never possible to succeed. Maybe so, it is done. Regret his loyalty could not be rewarded. Sometimes the tapestry's weave is not so easy to discern. Cato's face is still mild. You sense his tone hardening. By exiling him, you condemned me as well. Anger is understandable. The hardships you must have suffered on the road are written in your face. Such is the cost of mercenary work, I suppose. Do not presume to understand the forces that were at play and still are. Nothing. Embla is missing. Cato's voice quivers momentarily, betraying his stoic features. I beg of you, Grungus, I forget. Every time. Help me find my daughter. Help her return home where she belongs. What happened to her? She left without notice a week ago. From the scant clues we had, we believe she is boarded a ship bound for one of the outer isles, Hydra. She went of her own free will. At the time I thought little of it. Cato begins to glower. Since then, however, there have been reports. Grave ones. No one and no word has left Hydra in days. Rumor has it even the Imperial loggers are in the dark. know not how this touches the fate of my daughter, but she must be returned to me, one way or another. See why she left? Something has been building in her for years, an aptitude of sorts, but I suspect you already knew. In any case, it's grown much stronger lately. It drives her in ways I cannot understand. I suspect she's looking for answers. Idra. Why, indeed. Little on the island, save the port of Horan. Idra was her destination. She must have landed there. What of her aptitude? Aptitude of the worst kind. Not spring from the canonical imperial praxis. Instead comes from elsewhere. The kind the Empire doesn't suffer to exist. I hope it's only answers that she seeks. See, what can I do? Hire mercenaries, travel to Itra, and begin your search in the port of Horan. And there I trust you to do what needs to be done. Spare no cost. Just bring back my daughter. Mercenaries? Yes, if nothing else, the port will be dangerous enough. That is why I've summoned a Roland Greyeye. Greyeye to me. A crude but effective sellsword that I've made good use of before. He shall accompany you to this task. Man is a grizzled veteran. He may have slowed with age, but his experience and reliability more than make up for it. He's also much respected by similar men, and so will be instrumental in hiring a reliable crew. Take it into consideration. Cato shows you his upturned palms, beseeching. I know this thing I ask of you is fraught with danger. This is your chance at improving your fortune, materially and in honor. Except for Embla's sake, yes. I wouldn't do Embla's. Cato smiles softly, visibly relieved, and for a moment he looks like the man you remember. Do you have any final questions or matters to discuss? Time is, as I'm sure you appreciate, of the essence. Get on with it. Cato stands with poorly concealed effort. Drungus? You stand and meet his gaze. Return her to me. There's no other outcome of this affair. Silent and leave. There we go. Slowly, you drag yourself from the cold water onto the relative safety of solid rock. You try and fail to stagger forwards as exhaustion washes over you in a great black wave. Oblivion takes you before you hit the rocky ground. You're woken by the cacophonous cries of gulls circling you. Your body is a mass of pain and exhaustion, covered in 1,000 cuts and scrapes. The large white birds gather around you in eager anticipation. What a magnificent feast your bloated corpse would make. Not today. Minutes or perhaps hours pass as you lay unmoving, trying desperately to will some warmth back into your body. Finally, you manage to force your eyes open. By some miracle, you are not only alive, but you find yourself on the shores of the cursed island of Idra. Strewn around you is the wreckage of the Zephyr. No other survivors. Lest you find equipment and companions soon, you may have cheated death in vain. Know how injuries work, but I have a level, so it doesn't matter. Fine. Let's see. Good. Linger around here. Alright, I can't actually equip that as a weapon. Wading out of the freezing surf, you lose your footing on the slick stones and fall heavily to the ground. A sudden blur of movement to the corner of your eye, and as you frantically try to get to your feet, you slip again. Standing above you on a large rock is a young woman dressed in nautical guild livery. Wet, auburn hair clings to her face in the cold wind. Magi's balls! I wasn't sure I was the only one to make it ashore. The woman leaps from the rocks and helps you back on your feet. Looking you up and down, she fetches a wineskin from her belt and offers it to you. The skin is nearly empty, save for a last mouthful of brandy. Drink it down greedily, and slowly you feel a modicum of warmth creep into your bones. You recognize the young woman's face now. She must have served on the Zephyr. Your name? Tatiana is my name. The crew calls me Cat, or rather they did, I suppose. Looks up and down the beach with a furrowed brow. Listen, you have to get up. You need to get off this beach before you freeze, or worse. Worse. There's something wrong about this place. Can't you feel it? Like a taste in your mouth. There are beasts, huge sea creatures I ain't ever seen before. Saw a few of them dragging the dead crewmen into a cave west of here. I hope they were dead. Cat shudders. You suggest. Need supplies and shelter first. Might be salvage to be had among the wreckage on the beach. I think I spotted the chimney of a house just north of the cliffs. Warm fire and some food would go a long way. Cat offers you her hand and drags you to your feet. Looks pensively towards the west. Also, as I said, there's a cave west of here. I think the crabs dragged off most of the corpses there, but what if they're not all dead? Might be other survivors, like you and me. What's more, there's a chance of one of the officers was carrying the seal when the boat sank. If we can find it, the Nautical Guild would give anything to have it returned to them. Seal. Captain Seal. It's a medallion of sorts that's carried on every guild vessel. It's not just for show either. They say the seals are forged by the Magi, and that they have secret powers. I don't know nothing about that. All I know is the guild pays well to have one returned if a ship is ever lost. It's always worn by one of the officers, but I don't think the captain had it on him when the fight broke out. Might have been the first mate that was carrying it, and I think he was still alive when the ship sank. I would say that cave to the west is where we should start looking. Ready to go? Yes, let's go. Good. Found this bow in a cargo crate. Best find you a weapon too, as soon as possible. Suspect we'll need it before long. Together you begin to move, off the beach and towards whatever darkness dwells on the island's interior. He needs to level up real quick. Get some stealth, because that's very useful. And then we're gonna get backstabs. Better movement. And increased backstab damage. Oh. Already leveled up. Don't need the tooltip. A lanky man with skin like sun-dried leather stares slack-jawed at you. He's dressed in rags and with a wide-brimmed hat and a large bundle of scraps slung over his shoulder. Do Basilo's eyes, do Basilo's eyes deceive him? More ghosts? Did the sea spit you back out alive? Not many are that lucky. Your eyes fall on the crude spiked club that hangs from his belt. Oi. Basilo makes his living picking at what the mother of maelstroms does not swallow. It's been rich pickings as of late. Crates and barrels, and even the odd fleshy morsel. Man bears a row of blackened teeth and what you assume is a smile. What's the club for? The club is caked in dried blood and of crude design, has the look of a tool that is used well and often. Silo offers up a chuckle that is chillingly out of place as he pats it. Every now and then, Mother Maelstrom offers up little fish that have a bit of a fight left in them. All Basilo does is he'll put them to rest. How many fish did you put to sleep today? He looks taken aback by the question. Don't worry, Basilo did them all nice, just like Father taught him. Anyone still squirming gets a knock on his shell till he's good and floppy. Not to worry, been doing it for years. Used to help my dad hold him down when he did the knocking, quick as you like. Basilo offers an eager smile, as if to reassure you that he's very good at what he does. Murder survivors and steal their belongings. Basilo fidgets in obvious discomfort and not understanding what you're trying to get at. Drowned maiden belonged to the Mother Maelstrom. Doesn't matter if a few of them manage to wriggle onto shore for a last gulp of air. Drowned men nonetheless. All Basilo is doing is sending them back to where they belong. It's the way we used to do on these islands. Now most folk have forgotten. Not me. My family has been here a long time. I didn't kill him the first game I played. I'm tempted to now. Deserve death. Man looks at you, eyes wide in genuine surprise and shock. Then a mask of pure rage falls across his face. You shouldn't be all healthy and like. Mother Maelstrom offered you up for me. Scylla will make you stop squirming, little fish. I see. Grungus gets to go first with 20 gnats. There we go. Another. Panicked and bloodied. Oh, that took nothing at all. Wonderful. Please, murder hobo gone. No more. I do like that it's a literal murder hobo. Blood-curdling howl cuts through the fog. Whatever its source, it's not far away. It sounds dangerous. Blood will flow. Pack them all up as much as I can. Begin combat. That gets to start. Oh, already injured torso. Alright. Man. Okay. I think this one I can just... Oh. Never mind. Really? There we go. I thought I could do that, but apparently not. Corpse here. A body lies broken upon the ground. It has been gnawed by hounds. It seems clear this person fell or jumped from the cliffs above. Speaking of cliffs above, I can climb that with her. Rah. Oh, steel, there's more. Holy crap. Didn't realize there were so many dogs. Alright. Ooh. Wow, he charged. Alright. Magic missile. There we go. Ah, shit. He keeps missing. No. Go. Perfect. Victory. We already leveled up. Not bad. What do we want here? Priest attunement. Lore. Max cascade increased. Alright, why not? This is the house that it mentioned. I think I got here when I started and then down the well and stopped. Small farm is overgrown and derelict as it appears to be abandoned. At one point you mused this must have been a quaint place. Good spot to raise a family, perhaps. Suddenly, as if summoned by your very thoughts, the faint but unmistakable sound of children's laughter is carried on the wind. Sound is oddly distorted with a strange echoing quality, and for some reason it chills you to your bones. Sound is interrupted by a woman's cry of pain, perhaps sorrow. Scald them. Yes, Mia, indeed. Scalding off. No. There will be no scalding off. Just ahead of you is wet and covered in seaweed. Also looks familiar. instantly you realize this is your luggage from the Zephyr. Class I am playing Guild Magos. So this is a magic playthrough. I know when I did some stuff off stream just to start things off, I ended up playing, I was playing, I think, Battle Magos, and it felt a little weak. I just wanted to actually play full wizard for this. Hey QWERTY, glad to see you. I've awakened them. It had been stowed too well to get to during the mutiny, but by some miracle it made it to shore, where it must have been salvaged. Better yet, the combination lock remains sound, meaning the contents of the chest is likely still unmolested. Yes. We get all our stuff back. Dagger. Heard Battle Magos gets a lot of crowd control spells. I mean, so far what I've been doing is you get Swarm of Gnats very early from Earth Magic, and you can keep recasting that. Cascade is actually incredibly important because lower level spells pretty much always proc it. So what you do is essentially cast things like Magic Missile, Swarm of Gnats, or starting spells from other things, and you'll end up getting basically extra damage for free. Since I believe what Cascade does is it's basically a spell crit. It just multiplies things. So right now, for example, I have, if I go over my feats here, got increased max Cascade, got some extra attunements so I can cast more over the course of the day, things like that. But yeah, this is just the start of the game, of course, so it's not like I've done anything important yet. Here. Actually, let me cook some food. I've got a bunch of onions sitting in my inventory here. Which hates my mobile device. I wish you a curse upon your family. Goodbye. Bastard. Cursed me already. A woman sits in the grass ahead of you with the well looming over her. She is emaciated, ragged and covered in grime. How long has she been sitting there? Days? Weeks? She rocks back and forth, almost catatonic. Then suddenly you hear it again. Clear sound of playful children's laughter rises from the well. Woman wails. So this game is a traditional RPG, is basically modeled off of old school games. And it's, honestly, my little brother saw it on Steam and ended up picking it up. It's, I had no idea about it. I'd never even heard it came out. Genuinely cool. Yeah, my cleric can cascade, but I don't have any mages in my party. Mages are just fun. I've always liked playing wizards in different games, and even in traditional RPG settings where they're a lot more brutal, it tends to be that, like, after getting past the early game where they get, like, killed by a stiff breeze, then they just end up, like, covering an entire map in fire. Like, it's fun. That or lightning or, like, bugs and various other things. Because I'm looking at stuff and it's like, oh, what's this at, like... I look down at, like, oh, man, I wonder if I go all the way to, like, 4, there's Breath of the Ancients and Fire, there's, like, Distort Mass, or, Thunderclap, so I can just instantly blow things up. I wish there were spell descriptions beforehand, but I think that there might be, and I'm just stupid and missing them. Yeah, I can just click them. If I click stuff like this, it's like, yeah, targets any opponent anywhere on the battlefield and deals 15 to 30 damage. What is it, like air down here? What's Thunderclap do? I'm curious. It targets all opponents on the battlefield instantly, adds conditions lesser blindness, deafened, mute, and stunned. Holy shit. Yeah, little crowd control. Literally just targets every enemy. Alright, lady. Woman rocks slowly back and forth as she stares blankly at the well in front of her. What's happened? It took them, called out to them. I heard it. Funny thing is, I heard it calling them with my voice. Oleg and Anja live in the well now. They're calling for me to join them. Can I help? Never stop. It will multiply until it covers all the lands and all the seas. And when we are all dead in bones, the Conqueror Mold will dress our corpses in black mourning vessels, or veils. Voices flat and monotone. Strange words almost seem to come from somewhere else. Then lets out a deep sigh. If I had my children's bones to bury, it would give me some respite. Moment of silence, then the sickening sound of children's laughter once again rises from the whale. Yeah, you have Heliophage in your group, the Cleric Wizard, I recommend. I've heard about that. Mixed classes always tend to be really difficult to pull off in old school RPGs. I know I tried to do some in the original Baldur's Gate. Man, that text is hard to see. Why'd no one tell me? I'm going to increase the... Hang on. I need to change the background color until it's a little better on the text box. There we go. That should be more legible in a moment. He gets heals, buffs, debuffs. Yeah, I know I played a cleric earlier, and that was honestly a lot of fun, just because it's like, alright, you don't have to worry about vitality much, the early combats aren't as punishing, and I've heard the buffs end up getting kinda nuts later on. Let me take a quick moment to grab a drink and we'll continue this. There we go. Yeah, this game is a lot of dialogue, so I'm probably going to be getting up and down to drink a lot. Halfway. It gets grindy, but it's still very fun and original. Yeah. Honestly, I appreciate the, like, when I saw it originally, I saw, like, all the panels of characters on the side, and I was thinking, oh god, it's going to be one of those, like, Might and Magic style games where, like, you just have this first-person weird kind of combat. And then I actually ended up seeing a gameplay trailer for it, and I was like, man, this actually has this turn-based system that I got so used to with other, like, tactical RPGs, and I'm like, holy shit, this is something I actually really would like to play. So I ended up, like, my little brother ended up grabbing it for me, and I just booted it up later that day to see what it was about, so I wasn't completely in the dark before I started streaming it. Kinda nice. Well, seems ordinary enough until you examine it more closely. A thin layer of slimy black mold seems to cling to its walls, and a heavy odor of filth rises from its depths. You could swear you heard something splash around in the shallow waters. A ladder has been placed in the well shaft, and you could easily descend if you wanted to. We're full up on everything, I'm pretty sure. Why not? Go. Depths. Descend deeper into the earthy cave, you realize that the black mold covers most of the walls. Even the air is thick with floating black specks. Here and there, the mold seems to form nodules. Your mind fills with images of the nodules bursting open in obscene mockery of birth, and black, worm-like tendrils of mold spilling forth into the world. An irrational urge to touch the nodes begins to grow inside you. Move on! Bad idea. Actually, a quick save here. It's very easy to die early on. Perhaps it's the thickness of the air, the sickly miasmas that fill this part of the cave, but stars flash before your eyes. Your mind is assailed, I almost said assailed, salted with images of alien landscapes. Cities? No. Giant, living structures, almost like coral that the traders from the sea gates sometimes peddled. Large, so large they almost touch the sky. Then you see it. The structures themselves writhe with obscene life. Innumerable black, worm-like tendrils of black mold cover them. They beckon you. Give in to them. Let them take hold. In the sky above you, something massive shifts. Carry on. Go. Feel as if you're dragged under and into the crushing blackness to unfathomable depths. Stars flash before your eyes again, and you once more see the impossible landscapes. Cyclopean edifices of writhing black shapes, an age of worms. You understand now, this is not some alien dreamscape. This is Warda. This is home. And you are a high priest. the god regent of a perfect world. Now it's time. The sky sunders. Seven eyes see. It comes. Give yourself to it. Little willpower here. Must roll 3 or above. 2 6s, alright. Bring glory upon thine ancestors. Gathering all your willpower, you wrest back control of your faculties and forge ahead. On the wall ahead, you spot it, a festering ganglion of black ichor with 2 small human skulls leering from it. Massive glistening mold pulsates with a grotesque peristaltic motion as you approach it. Embedded in it is a collection of small animal bones. Nonetheless, you have no problems identifying 2 complete small human skeletons. One by one, as you pry the bones from the writhing of the ganglion, motions become more and more agitated as you work. A wave of relief washes over you as the last piece comes loose. Now you must make your way out of this death trap. Here we go. Because... There we go. 2 diminutive shapes materialize as if from the very walls themselves, bodies alive with writhing mold. Their blank, idiotic faces stare up at you as in a grotesque imitation of life. Blood runs cold as organs that should never shape human voices spill forth the sound of children laughing. A loud shriek escapes from the horrors, and in a maelstrom of writhing blackness, the 2 pathetic creatures reshape into lean forms that tower over you. Do not intend to let you leave. You can try to dash past them, why not? We fail. Attempt to slip past the monstrosities, but they have you boxed in. The only way out now is through them. We'll put the wizard up here, and we'll... a little tankier. Ah, shit. He goes first. Alright. Did not mean to move her like that. Oh well. Yep. Of course I accidentally shift her when I was trying to shoot. Oh well. You. Eat this one. Yes. Or... oh, no double cascade? Alright. There we go. Oh, right, I forgot. You can actually... yeah, that's what cascade does. Lets you go multiple times in a round. So this is why people end up recommending. Ugh. Injured his leg. I'll admit, I missed the tooltip. Why did he roll up? I swear I selected something. Ah well, it's fine. Nothing was affected. A rot mold there. Alright. Greetings. She's injured, but how is she injured? Hold up. -1 strength. Still sucks, but... got a health potion on us? No, we don't. Probably rest and make sure she's alright. First, skeletal figure of Merida sits in front of the well, rocking silently back and forth. I have your children's bones. It's a bit of an odd thing to say. Merida looks up at you and blinks as if waking from a dream. Without a word, she gingerly takes the small bundle of bones in her arms, as if it was a swaddled infant. Blech. Sorry, stumbled there. She cradles it for a moment, and looks up at you with grateful eyes. Gently strokes your cheek once, and then turns and wanders into the fog. You set her free. Falling to your knees, you retch violently. From the conqueror mold of the emotional moment, you can't quite tell. Kneeling in the grass, you notice a satchel lying where I believe that's meant to say Merida was kneeling. You get a feeling it was left there for you. Slowly, you regain your composure and get to your feet. Shambling away from the well, you suddenly stiffen. Did you just hear something? Child's voice, perhaps? Or was it just the wind? This journal in here, I didn't even notice. Oh, a cookbook. Vegetable soup and farmer's omelet. We got 2 eggs, potatoes and onions. Potatoes, carrots, and leeks for vegetable soup. Alright. I didn't even realize there were recipes there. Is ring I'll throw on. Can I actually cook any of this? Leeks. Ah, shit, I used all the onions I had. Well, I'll get more. Let me rest real quick. Wait a minute, we do have an onion. Where did we get that? In leek. Potato. What do you mean it's not valid? Hang on, am I stupid? Did I forget this? Oh, it's potatoes, carrots, and leeks. Doi. There, wonderful. Holy shit, this has 4 value each time? That's actually incredible. I have Grungus trained here. Actually, we probably need fletching early. Of her forage, but I don't think she can actually do anything while injured. Oh. Such as an arrow, and yeah, 2 of them. There we go. I extinguished that on accident. There we go. Save. Explore around a bit. I'm up a bit. Yeah, we can't get up there. No. I'll have to go around. Can I get down this way? Yes, I can. Give myself about 2 seconds. What did he have on him? What was that? Checkered tunic. Yeah, we'll give him something better than rags to wear. Found a crate. There's some rations. Really? Alright. 7 or above's not crazy, come on. There. And there's crabs. Stench of rotting flesh fills your nostrils. Ahead of you, grotesquely misshapen crustacean horrors feast greedily on the corpses of the dead crew of the Zephyr. Blasted horrors, cat spits through gritted teeth. What manner of force has spawned these creatures? Eating that guy down there. We'll say hi to them in a minute. 9 or above on athletics. Alright. We'll make it. Mouth of a cave. Guy up there. I remember from the little I did earlier. Then, yeah, there's this telescope. Go on, wizard. First, I should look. Journal contains a large amount of tabulated data that appears to be astrological in nature, interspersed with notes. The final entries appear to have been made only days before your arrival. There are strange dancing lights in the sky, not unlike those sailors to the far south described near the polar regions. It's somehow different, colors indescribable. Mesmerizing for a fleeting moment. I even thought I heard sound. Somewhere between a deep wail and singing. Couldn't perform observations tonight. Charts or instruments are off, and I cannot make sense of the sky. There are bodies there. Bodies that are alien to me. It must be some form of comet storm, or some other extraordinary astronomical event that has not been predicted in the Imperial charts. They're wrong. I've done the calculations over and over, and I come to the same conclusion. Stars are wrong, in so many ways. As I observed an alien cluster in the southeastern quadrant, it dawned on me that with absolute certainty, I am not watching them, they are watching me. I tried to look again. Did I feel compelled to do so? They beckoned me. I'm certain that if I look again into that dreadful cluster in the southeastern quadrant, I shall be undone. There are answers there, deeper and more profound than any mortal mind can comprehend. I believe I shall look again. I must. We're going to risk our wizard's sanity and look anyways. Finely wrought telescope used for astronomical observations. Its lenses are no doubt the product of some of the Empire's finest halomancers. Allow stars to be observed even in full daylight. Examine the seas. Look out upon the churning, grey roil that surrounds the windswept shores of Idra. Far out there, among the great waves and beating winds, you swear you momentarily see a great glistening shape shifting just beneath the surface. Whatever madness has befallen this island, you certainly are safer here than on any ship out there. Further, examine the sky in general. Point the telescope skywards, and after a few moments of searching, you find a gap where the stormy skies have parted just enough to allow you to examine the stars in their firmament. 5 plus, he has 7. A moment of confusion washes over you as you find yourself utterly disoriented in a sky you should know as well as the back of your hand. Poor astronomer was right. Somehow the stars you see in the sky are utterly alien to you. Realization leaves you chilled to your bone. Instinctively, you look away from the strange stellar vista. Back. Training the telescope on the southeasternmost quadrant of the sky, your eyes are immediately drawn to what appears to be something akin to a small, reddish cluster of stars. First, the tiny speck is hardly noticeable, seems to grow larger as you regard it. At once you're struck with a terrible realization that as you are watching it is gazing back. Hold the gaze. Heal yourself and gaze back into the cosmic aberration. It stretches into hours, days, eons. Stars are birthed and die, collapsing in on themselves in cataclysms that shake the very foundations of creation. Your mind. Now, this I succeeded on a prior thing. I don't think I will this time, but we'll see. I don't think I can save mid-dialogue. And I fucked it up this time once. Ah. As you come to, you are sitting befuddled in the grass near the telescope. No idea of how much time has passed, but you feel like you have traveled impossible distances. For a fleeting moment, you sense profound realizations as they flee your mind like dreams upon waking. A ringing head and a deep feeling of dread creeping in, you vow never to gaze into that accursed telescope again. Fearful, which is, let's see. Yeah, end of each turn to remove it. Can be removed by magic. So we'll fix fearful eventually. Hey, buddy. Standing on the edge of a cliff is a crewman from the Zephyr, lucky enough to have made it ashore. The man is swaying and looks in shock. I saw it. By the dead, I just saw it out there. The thing that sunk us. It's still out there. The man begins jabbering incoherently. Think I can make it through a combat without resting? And I'll have to immediately after that. Save and go in. Eons worth of the sea's ravage upon the land has given birth to this cave. From its depths a stench of seaweed and rotting flesh arises. So foul is it that it feels like some evil entity attempting to force its way through the pores of your skin, to the core of your being. Try not to vomit. That's not really going to go well, is it? No, you're going to vomit. Breathing becomes rapid and shallow as your mind is flooded by the image of foul things in the darkness, feasting on the spilling entrails of swollen sea corpses. The chamber around you spins and you vomit explosively. Feeling utterly empty, you regain your composure after a few minutes. Narrow passages of the cave ahead seem foreboding. How bad is that? Holy shit. Yeah, strength. Yeah, never mind. We're going to rest before we go deeper. We're about half vitality. We still have wounds to go, but I'm not gonna mess with that right now. Arrow failed to find food. Lady, come on. Survival's one of your highest things. There we go, though. No more fear. No more nauseous. We actually have a lantern somewhere, don't we? No, we don't. Ah, well. Right, bats. Forgot about them. There we go. Make ready. Back. Begin combat. Wizard first, alright. Oh my gosh. Alright, it's already wonderful. Half of them are panicked. These guys are just being destroyed, holy crap. Form there. Oh, she needs to crawl that far forwards to shoot him? Alright. Form it is. Dead. Oh, he still gets more? Okay. Okay. Bad. Attunement back. Nearly grown accustomed to the foul stench that lingers in these caves, but now it once more assaults your senses with renewed vigor, rolling out of the eastern passage like so many black tendrils probing for a way into the very core of your being. Whatever lies ahead, it must be at the center of the rot that permeates this pit. Head. You succeed this time. But alone, you refuse to let the foulness find purchase, and you fight down the nausea that wells up inside you. Ooh, masterwork leather boots of survival. Why not? You. Corpses of the doomed crew of the Zephyr are ranged around the chamber's central column. Pale light shines down from an aperture in the vaulted cave ceiling above, illuminating their bloated features and pale blue skin. Is there a form of artistry to their arrangement? For a brief moment, you almost find it beautiful. Thought comes into your mind unbidden. An interlude. Stepping between the corpses, you spot a man who you immediately recognize as the Zephyr's first mate. Around his neck, a sturdy chain glimmers, and you carefully fish out a strange octagonal amulet, richly filigreed, and with the navigational rosé of the Nautical Guild carved into it. No doubt the captain's seal is apparently an item that the guild will pay handsomely to have returned to them. You pocket the amulet, you become aware of movement in the waters around you. Strange, stalked eyes regard you as several of the chitinous horrors emerge. No doubt the abominations have come to feed on the flesh of the dead, or the living. Stealth. Easy. Carefully step away from the corpse and begin to try and make your way out of the horrid chamber. Strangely haunting piping can be heard from the caves ahead. Surely it must be the wind. Then again, it rises and falls with an eerie sense of musicality that does nothing to set your mind at ease. Piping, we've got the guys here. Should go here. Right up here. Begin. Really, wizard first every time, alright. You should have more initiative than me, but apparently not. Just throwing bees at people. Leg. Not bad at all. Hey. Potion. Oh, and she gets a level up. Not bad. Fight in combat's not something I really need that much, but for stealth and thievery is pretty good. Large, misshapen crabs emerge from the water all around you. Intentionally or not, the seemingly mindless beasts have lain in ambush for you. Make ready. Here. Oh, we all go. We all go last. Cat first. Beat him. And misses. You. Cats. There we go. Very good. More bees. Alright. Victory. Those. Here. Eating through mana potions. I need to find a way to make more of those. Alright. Fact. Well, we got some more, but I don't think that was any attunements. Hey, guy. Who goes there? Haggard man, dressed in the livery of the Nautical Guild, huddles apprehensively in the corner of the small chamber you're standing in. His lips are dry and cracked, and he appears to be parched. Dead Emperors, please tell me you found a way out of the cave. I have. Curse me, I have to get out of this hole. I don't even know how long I've been in here. Days? It's like time doesn't pass right. I've not died from thirst yet, so it can't be that long. Need to get out. Explain the way to the exit. Now, hold on. How do you end up here? Took all the bodies of the drowned, men and women I've known for years, all blue and swollen. Dragged them into this cave. Crabs as big as horses. How can such a thing be? What's wrong with this place? In any case, I was too weak to fight back when I landed, and they must have thought I was dead. Dragged me into the darkness. When I heard those sounds, claws rending dead flesh, something awoke in me. I kicked and screamed as best I could, and they let me go. Ran as fast as I could, but I took a turn in the darkness and ended up here instead. Hear them moving about in the caves around me, and I didn't dare try to make it out. If you hadn't come, I'd have died from thirst. It should be clear for you now. Thank you so much, I'll live to see another day. By the golden dead, I'll be mending my wicked ways if I make it out of here. More dice and hoary. Desperate man, waste no time scrambling past you and towards fresh air and relative safety. That was Ari, Cat seems flustered. Poor bastard. Sounds like he's losing his mind the way he was... sounds like he's losing his mind the way he was talking. Trapped down here for days? He's an ass, but he didn't deserve that. None of them did. Walk back to her stealth again. Ah, there's the crabs. Alright. Death or glory. Further, wizard first. Alright. Didn't hit him. He's on the thing above that. Man, how did that hit? Oh, yeah, okay. Go. Little crab's almost dead. Alerted. Oh yeah, there's two. One in the pit down there. Here. Form. Perfect. Didn't even get a turn. Loots. And more vitality and attunement. Oh, I think we want more attunement. More casting before we have to rest is always nice. Her. See? Oh my gosh, that's some really heavy armor and a warhammer. I think loot is different every time, because I didn't see those before on my last playthrough. Old and ruined shipping crates litter this part of the cave. Only smugglers would use a place like this to store their goods. Perhaps there are other similar caches to be found on the outer isles. Okay, that's just describing that there are, in fact, things that I can find. Oh, it's just a crab. Amazing. Again, combat. Victory, alright. I think I've cleared out most of the cave. Reason to not be in stealth, but... There we go. Stepping into the fresh air, you pull the strange octagonal guild seal from your pocket and examine it more closely. The dark metallic surface is covered in intricately carved lines and symbols. Reminds you of a mix between a compass and an astrolabe. Try to think if you've heard about something like this. 3 and above is easy. You have indeed heard about this type of device before. As you understand it, it allows the officer of a nautical guild ship to operate the vessel's complicated navigational instruments. More than that, it also serves as a device that records the captain's log. No doubt the information stored inside this device is its true value to the Nautical Guild. Zephyr was sunk by some unknown horror, and the Guild would pay dearly to learn more about such a dire threat to its operations. Feel the weight of the strange device in your hands. For a moment, you're back on the deck of the Zephyr. Monstrous tentacles rise above the ship like strange alien towers. Terrified screams fill the air. You shudder. At's voice snaps you out of it. If you ever get off this bloody island, back to the mainland, the guild will pay well to have that returned. All I ask is you remember who told you about it. Don't worry, we'll split the coin. You can keep the coin. All I want is to be done with the guild. Be free to wander as I like. Maybe wander up to my brother and stick a knife in his fat gut. Your brother? It was my brother who sold me off to the guild. It was 12. 20 years is what I owe them on account of that bastard. I've already wasted 10. Voice breaks for a moment before steel creeps back into her otherwise soft features. Like I said, gutting the bastard will go a long way towards setting things right. This amulet will help you somehow? Sure, I'm free enough for now, but the guild doesn't like to let their assets go. They have a way of catching up with those who jump ship. Even someone as lowly as me, tangling a recovered captain seal in front of them is exactly the kind of thing that might sway them. We'll do what we can. Liking you more and more. Let's start by getting off this island alive. Do we really need... I don't even think we really need the rest. Rope. Yeah, there. I'm pretty sure we've mostly explored this area. Let me abuse the fact I have a fire to cook on first. Cook, what was it? Eggs, potatoes, onions. Right. We have got eggs. Yeah, okay. Potato, onion. Leeks. Farmer's omelets. Other veggie soup. Alright, how much do you have for health? Under attributes? Yeah, 11 out of 17. How much does a potion restore? 20 to 30, holy shit. But we've been finding a lot of food. I'm gonna just rest for now. Feels a little like a waste, but way easier to just have this. And fletch and forage a bit. We're gonna do lore for now. No, we won't. Don't have any arrows. 4 arrows. Okay. Cat's sucking, and then this guy's, like, absolutely managing to, like, make everything. There's a cellar door in there, and I don't know how to get into it. Ah, well. I'll leave that be for right now. Save and head north. Emerging from the rocky shores, you survey the dreary interiors of Idra. Rolling hills and moors cover much of the surrounding areas, and tall, jagged mountains rise towards the north. East of you, a lighthouse can be seen, faint light flickering against the gloom. Beyond that lies a bay, and from its far shore the wind carries the foul stench of burning corpses. Something wrong here on this island. Something really bad. Cat suppresses a shiver. Come here for a reason, right? Mercenaries and all. Had to have been something important. Hard to find someone. Cat listens intently as you tell her about your quest to find Embla Baron. Was lucky to have a family care for her, Cat mumbles. The old man told you she was last seen in Horan, right? Well, I've been to Horan. Landed there on our last run. I could tell something felt off about the place, but nothing like this. Here's how I see it. Horan isn't far, just a day's march to the east around the bay. However, I think we need to be all clever-like about this. Make sure we rearm and maybe even try to pick up a few allies if we rush. Oh, if we rush in and end up dead, we're not doing this Embla any good. We're not doing this Embla's any good's what I'm trying to say. So, we should explore around a bit, gather a bit of intelligence and whatnot. I agree. Yeah, just like that, Cat nods. See over there, Cat points towards the lighthouse to the east. Lighthouse is still lit, so it's bound to be manned. If we make our way, there might even we might find out more about what's going on. Might even scrounge up a hot meal. The other suggestions? Cat looks around, squinting against the wind. She nods her head towards the northern shore. Suppose any other survivors and wreckage from the Zephyr would be washed up on shore northwest of where we landed, right? Might be worth a look-see. Set out then. As you set out across the blasted landscape, you have a growing feeling that whatever horrific fate has befallen this region, it's somehow inexorably tied to your quest. Something dark and vast is slowly spreading throughout the Outer Isles, tentacles grasping greedily as if searching for something. Great adventures may lie ahead, so does great terror. Of that you're certain. I'm actually going to go back into where we just came from, because I forgot to grab the telescope. I can't grab it. Alright. Only when I have the dude alive grumbling for it. Onward. Don't think I can stop there, though. Can stop there. Oh. All the way around. Is there any spot to stop before? No, there's not. See a figure thrashing violently at something, obscured by the low fog. Whatever this person is doing, it's producing loud, crunching, wet squelches and a stream of curses. Move closer. Hey there, Bacon. Glad to see you back. This is SKALD against the Black Priory. It's a traditional RPG that tries to bring back a lot of elements from basically the old school Might and Magic stuff with a turn-based combat system. Very dialogue intensive, so I've been doing a lot of reading today. So I've been up and down grabbing a drink. Depends on the difficulty setting. Normal is actually pretty manageable. Hard is, of course, hard. Like, actually hard. And then you have, easy and, basically anything custom you can do. You can pretty much throw around everything you want. See the scene for what it is. Roland, soaked through and spattered with ichor, laying waste to a number of grotesque-looking creatures with a piece of driftwood. He snarls like a wounded beast, and his eyes are black with rage. The last of the horrid beast falls twitching back into the shallows. Roland snaps his gaze to you. dead eyes staring at some distant point on the horizon behind you. Eventually the tension drains from his muscles and he lowers his makeshift weapon. But I was carrying, they did. Nearly was. Didn't think you'd make it. Seems I've got a few lives left in me for all they're worth. Roland sighs deeply and slumps down onto a nearby rock. You tried to save me, you bloody idiot. Mission needs you. Spoken like a true mercenary. There might be hope for one of us yet. Now there's work to be done. As you say, but heed this. If you want to survive, you need to drop the bloody heroics. Business makes your hands dirty. Nothing gets them clean again. Trust me on that. Speaking of which, I suppose I still work for you. We should get going. Counting on you. Roland nods solemnly, brushes a sticky glob of ichor off his arm, and trudges over to you. His lips part as if to speak, but he hesitates. Let's just go. Roland doesn't seem to hear you. Instead, he's staring intently ahead. There are men in the fog. Third heard them earlier. Certain they're not from the Zephyr, and I wager they're less than friendly. Don't care if you're itching for a fight or not, but either way, we should tread carefully. Straining to see through the dense fog, you finally spot them. A group of men prowling the shoreline like carrion eaters, looking for dead flesh. They're unkempt and dressed in rags, with bare torsos and broad shoulders adorned by a strange mixture of sailors' tattoos and crude symbols. They carry an assortment of cruel-looking, rusted tools turned to weapons. Gibbering chatter, laughter, and whimpering drifts across the fog in a steady stream. Whoever these men are, their minds are long gone. Sit still until a group passes you by. Perhaps you might still be able to slip past them. Leave quiet. Let me level Roland real quick. 15 vitality already. Alright, buddy. We're gonna give him that. Then some sword combat. Give him some toughness. And I think we'll start giving him more shields, more swords. We have a shield? No, we don't. Save. Hey, lesser tonics of vitality. I could have used those earlier. Oh. There we go. Take it out of there. Alive. Ancient lighthouse rises steeply from the bluffs ahead of you. The beacon is still lit, though it flickers weakly. A sinewy, armored woman with a shield slung on her back and a broadsword at her side stands by a small campfire. She's grunting and cursing under her breath as she clumsily tries to bind a wound on her arm. Dried blood and mud cakes her face and armor as she looks haggard. She freezes as she sees you emerge from the fog. A suspicious frown falls over her face. Let me help you. No need, she growls as she finishes the tourniquet, using her good arm and teeth. Bless you for offering, but I can manage. Kill for some water, though. Offer a drink from your water skin. Thank you. Name's Carlia. Carilla. Bleh. Used to call myself captain of our little mercenary company. Some rich trader from Adler's paid us well to come here and look for the Fury. Things went to shit quickly. Been losing my crew one by one. Gilles and Peter got their coins yesterday, torn to pieces by those fucking hounds. Just me now. The Fury. What, never heard of the Santa Fury? It's an Umbrian treasure ship, they say. Disappeared around 40 cycles ago, and it's said she was laden heavy when she went. People been looking for her ever since. Me, I never put much stock in the legend. Sailor's tale. And this rich fop from Adler's up and offered to pay me and my company to go here and look for it. Easy money, we thought. Idra's not huge, and according to the trader, rumor had it she lay on dry land near the lighthouse. There's only one lighthouse on Idra, see? Sounded easy enough. No reason to expect any bloodshed either. Idra used to be nice and peaceful. This deal was mostly in case we did find it and needed to guard any treasure. Needless to say, that's not how it went. Find anything? Not a scrap. We've searched every inch of this island. Let me tell you, the Santa Fury's not here. What he can't be. Fucking ship on dry land and near the lighthouse nonetheless? Doesn't exist. Mind if I give it a go? Hate to see you spill your guts on this bloody island looking for some ghost ship. Then again, you might have better luck than me and my... Gorilla stops briefly and her eyes water up. Just be careful. It is not peaceful anymore, and I suspect there are things out in the mist far worse than those howls. Honestly, I don't know where to start. Lights in the sky, flashes and orbs, some over Horn, others over this island's interior. Minor quakes even. Then things went real bad. People lost their minds and animals started changing. What terrifies me is I can't even tell you how long it was ago. Days? Weeks? Her voice rises in an anxious tone. Need to get away from here, off this fucking rock. What will you do now? Try to make my way east around the bay. Perhaps there are larger groups of survivors there, and perhaps even someone with a way of getting away from here. Good luck. If you ever find that bloody treasure, buy me a drink next time we run into each other. Rilla packs up her gear and begins to carefully make her way through the mist till she's gone. Elf again. And actually grab all of this. Just the edge of the map, yeah. There's a guy here. Hey, buddy. Fighting along the cliffs is a lone surviving member of the Zephyr crew. Dead emperors, they killed them all. Stabbed old Nino right in the throat. We need to find somewhere to hide. Who killed them? Hey, we found someone right up there. I wonder if they're actually good people or, hang on. Oop, crabs. Big guy here. Wizard here, lady here. Yeah. Is Roland? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Not that hard with wizards around, but hey, Cascade is funny. That's not a thing I can inspect? Alright. Cave down there. Alright. No, avoid that for right now. Take a look around. Is the coast? Yeah, it's the coast. Did we explore everywhere over there? I think we can still go around. Yeah, we've still got the coast we can shift around. More crabs. Oh. Leave Roland on up here. Here, mage can stay here. Perfect. Get in combat. Roland goes first. Fight the crab, dude. Go ahead. Cat. Ooh, injured head. Already dead. Alright. Wow. Okay. No backstab? Alright. I think backstab might only be if I have stealthed. There we go. Anything over this way I didn't spot before because of the... Yeah, because it was dark. Ah, that's not stuff, though. Back to stealth. There's another way up. Fortunately, yeah, I can't go up to the water there. Grave site here. Fresh grave can be found with a simple marker made of sticks. No name can be found upon it. Ooh. That knocked me out of stealth earlier. Odd. Ooh. Dogs. Alright. Blood will flow. And the wizard go in the back. Warrior up front as always. In combat. Roland smacking. One dog down. Not bad. Roland's in a bit of a shit spot, but whatever. We're fine. Got down. Cool. In panic. Go on, wizard. Destroy him. I don't think I want to use any of my... Yeah, I don't think I want to use the attunement tonics just yet. It only takes like an action to use them in combat. Might as well. But I'm not getting too many of them, so I want to preserve them a little more. Bunch of food here, though. Onions and potatoes for days. And a lot of eggs. Forget, was that all we needed to make the omelets? Yeah, it was onions and potatoes with eggs. Alright, yeah, I'll make a bunch of stuff with that then. As soon as we find some cooking. Crafting stations. Eggs. Some items. What does that mean? Glass bead, spherical piece of glass, sometimes used by islanders or locals to create jewelry or full children. You mean full children? What? A shovel. And... Journal here. Baked crab. Read. Butter, crab, spices. That's a pretty basic thing, but alright. Small leather-bound journal filled with neat handwritten notes. Noted on the inside of the cover is the name Caspar Laurel. About a year ago. Arrived today and was met by the man who is to be my overseer, Matthias. Seemed nice enough, albeit eccentric. This to be my fate as well. Woe to me that my wretched life and poor choices has landed me, Caspar of Laurel, on this barren rock as keeper of lights. 6 months ago, saw lights on the shore near the cave entrance. Smugglers, Matthias says. He insists we leave them alone, and I am forced to abide, though my mind wanders often to that cave and what may lie within. About a month ago. Cannot take it anymore. The old bastard is driving me mad. He spies on me and gives me strange looks. I'm sure he goes through my things. Went for a walk to clear my head, and I ended up by the entrance to the sea cave. Something is calling me there. I hear it. Even in my sleep. At a week before my arrival, dreams driving me mad. Always it calls to me to the caves. Oh, it calls me to the caves, to the deeper dark that lies beneath where no man has tread for eons. Looking Stone and the ancient sleepers. The blade calls me. I can take no more. Here's a cooking pot. That's potatoes. Where's our onion? There it is. Bunch of these. And another chest. Hang Yeah, it is hers. Check. Perfect. Bunch of gold. I might as well rest up. Got a bunch of food on us. Forage. Forage and forage, and then we can have food. Wonderful. 3 arrows, 1 ration, 1 ration. Not bad. More food. Perfect. Go up. Hey, old dude. What's up? Enter the lighthouse gallery. A haggard face peers out at you from the gloom. Moving closer, you see it belongs to an old man who clutches a makeshift spear tightly to his chest. Somehow he looks both fearful, yet greatly relieved to see you. Brother of Maelstroms, the man croaks. Who are you then? Who did I summon? Come, sit. You must be weary. Sit, sit. Man gestures frantically, a battered chair in the corner. I'm a mercenary, probably not good to approach. Travelers, nothing more, shipwrecked by something foul. All manner of beasts in the deep oceans of our world, but never have I seen anything like this. A horror from beyond the natural it was that pulled down that ship. Saw it all from my tower I did, though I wish I did not have to bear such a sight. I can hardly believe that anyone could survive such a nightmare. Id. How then did the tides release you when so many others were claimed? Keeper leans in and fixes you with an unwavering gaze. You blessed or perhaps cursed is more like it. Cursed, how so? Something foul is growing on Idra. Taint on the land. There are lights, lights as you've never seen, like those sailors from the high north talk of. Colors. Like they bleed into your very dreams, if you can manage to sleep, that is. Got to the animals first, though. Warped them in both mind and body. Made them cruel and dangerous. Had never seen nothing like it. It's unnatural, I tell you. Worse still, Horin is dead as a tomb. The right bedlam of cries and screams 2 days ago, and then nothing. Not as much as a lit candle at night. Only the deep itself knows the truth of these happenings. I can tell you this, the island is doomed. The sea itself will rise to claim us. Need some information. Yes, anything you might ask. We're as safe as we can be here. The old man seems eager at the prospect of conversation. Santa Fury. Can't say I've ever heard about a ship by that name. Let me tell you. Worked this lighthouse for a man's age, and I'll say this much. There's no ship to be found around here as far as I know. How long have you been alone? Elias seems troubled by the questions and shifts uncomfortably. Had an assistant, Casper. Went mad, the fool did. A head full of grand ideas, and I kept telling him, this here is a place for the quiet mind. Threw himself from the tower. Found him broken on the cliffs, and I can't be blamed. Elias's jaw quivers and his eyes water over. Should have known, gotten him off this rock when he started talking about the cave and something about a blade calling him. Should have known I could have saved him. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone again. Silence is unbearable. Cave of the blade. Would babble about the cave underneath here for hours. Tell him those were smugglers' caves and that he was to leave them alone. Smugglers keep to themselves, but no telling what they'll do if you bother them. As to the blade he talked about, that must have been the ravings of a madman. Soul lost to drink and loneliness. Poor boy. Wipes his eyes and exhales wearily. Then again, what if it is down there? Black blade, hidden in some ancient recess, glistening in the dark. His gaze grows distant for a moment. If it is, we need to retrieve the blasted thing and destroy it. That's where I come in. Do you help an old man set things right? I'll make it worth your while. Find that blade and bring it here. That thing that took Casper, at least once before we destroy it. The entrance to the cave lies in the gully underneath the broken bridge. Be careful. And smugglers. Idra's thick with them, carrying wares to the mainland for the Frithen. Islands riddled with caves, and they use them to store their contraband and whatnot. They keep to themselves, and I want no trouble, so I let them be. Horin. Horin went dark about the same time the animals ran amok. Smoke on the wind and screams, too. I could swear it. Sounded like battle, or perhaps slaughter is more like it. I think there's a camp of sorts just north of town. ragged tents and such. Survivors, perhaps. Thought about going there to see for myself, but I changed my mind. He hangs his head dejectedly before continuing in a whisper. Safer here, tending to the light. I have some other questions. Yeah, okay, that's... Oh, you have more important matters to deal with? Well, I must keep watching. Seeing, he trails off, eyes unfocusing. Forgive me for not being of more help. We really need to go. You're a fool to go. There's nothing beyond the light but despair, and he sighs. I'll be waiting here for you when you return. I must. We missed the painting. Hanging on the wall, you see a dramatic but not particularly artful painting of a ship with torn sails caught in a terrible storm. Mind wanders to the Zephyr and its grisly fate, and you shudder. Leaning in, you notice that there is a name painted on the side of the ship. The Santa Fury. Could this be it? Is what the rumor that the Santa Fury could be found near the lighthouse on Idra meant? Examining the painting more carefully reveals nothing, not until you turn it over. Written in faint lettering in the lower left corner of the painting's backside, you can clearly make out a poem of sorts. Center of the three, the Santa Fury made her flight, setting out to hide her booty, all within the lighthouse's sight. 2 leagues south began her trip, 5 east, the captain cried. 4 more north, our valiant ship, our plunder we shall hide. Land ahoy, went up the roar, we'll lay our treasure there. Into the rising sun, 3 more, then dig and have no fear. You hastily take down the poem in your journal. Excitement washes over you as you realize that you may in fact be on the trail of something more than an old sailor's tale. Make sense of the poem, that is. Why is it having me walk all the way around there when it's literally like right here? It's a door next to me. We saw the cave down there. We are rested up. Everything's like back at full. So, I'm gonna make my way down here. Going. Ah, crabs. Wizard in back, Lady in back, Roland up front. Begin. Add to that. Critical backstab, alright, not bad. Next. Done. No. No cascade. Oh. He's sucking right now. There's a cascade. Lovely. And magic missile. Done. I can go into that. Sprawled on the ground ahead of you lies the mangled body of a man, stacked high against the walls behind the... stacked high against the walls behind the poor fellow are crates of goods, and you have a feeling you've stumbled upon a smuggler's hideout. One that's seen fairly recent use. Corpse. What does he have? I hate these jobs. Dropped off and told to guard the cargo until it can be collected, and whilst the bastards up in the northern cave are living the good life, I'm stuck in this hole. Sometimes think the Imperial dungeons would be preferable. Explored the cave today and found what appears to be an underwater tunnel in one of the dead ends. Bryn insisted we try to swim it, but I can think of no worse nightmare than being lost in the dark underwater. Told him as much, and he got agitated. Yelled something about dreams of an ancient relic. No idea what he's on about. Told him dead, Bryn got attacked by a crab the size of a warhound today. Nearly took his leg off. Neither of us have seen anything like it before, and we can only pray it was alone. Hope the ship won't be delayed much longer. When he's gone, I know in my heart he's gone to the underwater tunnel. Madness. Shapes are moving in the dark now. No way out, and no one is coming for me. Light is failing. Brother. Writing home. Alright. Fortunately, that's the same thing. Red. Yeah, thievery from her. Why not? Failure. Oh. Oh my gosh, I need 18? I need a crit for that. 6 thieves tools. Try one more. Nah, no double 6s. I'm gonna have to level her up before I go for that. No, I don't want his corpse. That rock doesn't mesh well. It looks like a door. Light here, but there's nothing. Oh, I can go that way. Alright. I had no idea. Oh, more crabs. For the last. Here we go. Here. 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 Begin. Pet gets a shot before she's out of fucking ammo, of course. You. Alright. Oh, acid. Shit. Alright. He gets no more ammo. There we go. We do have ammo, in fact. It's just very shit ammo. Injured legs. Roughed up. He missed, of course. He's fine, though. Damage. Oh. I have much more in me. Yeah, hang on. I need to drink. Aid here, and we're good. Well, it needs to heal a little, but we're fine. That jade necklace. Gold, yeah. Can't camp out here. Up here. Him drink a health potion real quick. Way more food than potions right now. I should probably just rest. Make my way up to the lighthouse and rest. Go back in the caves. Spotted something. Where? What? You just went, I spotted something. Didn't say what. An arrow, come on. Just one? Alright. Ah, more carrots and bits in here. Alright. We'll go around back here. Keep crawling around a bit. There's the entrance to the cave I saw earlier. Ooh, more crabs. Alright, that's good enough. Why did you run forward? Because it's directly there, it's not down here. Okay. Lovely. Well, we'll deal with that for now. Unfortunately, she's gonna have to disengage like 3 times before she can actually do anything. Yep. A shame. And no cascade. One down. Of course, there's nothing down there because it's offset to the north. Okay. Right, alright. Not bad, buddy. There's our cascade. He just cannot catch a break today. Oh, now he's panicked. Ah. Well, looks like I'll be... come on. He's terrified. He doesn't like crabs. Like, oh no. That is a long panic. They're both panicked. They're just screaming at each other. Great. What injury did you take, lady? Injured torso, -1 strength. I'll let you vibe with that. Masterwork padded armor of diplomacy. Man, that's good. Also, this lady, for some reason, did not have a dagger for, or do I want a warhammer? I'll take a warhammer. Why not? Attunement. Ah, there's the tunnel. Alright. Who of them has the highest athletics? Got 2 there, 7 on him, and then... Okay. Bad. That's the south cave. We'll be able to go there. What's up north, then? Got anything? No, I think this is just a way around the crabs. Yeah. Ah, shit. Alright, we might need to, leave and then rest. 3 arrows. Heavily wounded to work in 1 ration. Not bad. On. Through the thing. Need to make our way back to that southern cave. Now, we need underwater. Assuming it's going to take some athletics. Roll in for this. You go. Find yourself at the opening of a narrow underwater tunnel and wonder how long you can hold your breath. Do you dive in? Dive in. Faint bioluminescence of the cave. Cave's bizarre underwater floor, you make out 3 passages. North and east takes you further into the cave system, while west leads back to the surface. I'm gonna dive in. Let's do north. Bend where the tunnel leads east or south. Sharp, limpet-like growths cover the wall, and you take care not to cut yourself as you squeeze past. Alright. 7 rounds of oxygen. There's flat with a low ceiling. 3 tunnels. So we went northeast. Alright. Really take notes for this. Like how it pulls up Nexus mods immediately. East. Further north. Walls of the bulbous chamber are pockmarked with a dozen smaller tube-like holes leading deeper into the bedrock. As you contemplate the folly of sticking your hand into one of them, an eel-like creature darts from one of the holes and bites into your flesh with tiny, razor-sharp fangs. Utter an underwater scream of pain and terror before you can act further. The creature has retreated back into one of the holes. Damage. West. South. Down. North. East. We went north before. That's it. Chamber is bathed in a greenish glow coming from this. Mark east again. Greenish glow coming from the eastern tunnel that leads to the surface. The western exit leads deeper into the cave system. East again. Break the surface and emerge into an alien world. Air is stale and damp, and the walls are so covered in algae and fungus that they appear to writhe. Northeast, east. Enter the larger chamber ahead, and the temperature drops noticeably. As the swirling dust and ghostly vapors subside, you make out the intimidating form of an ancient carved monolith. Painted on its face, you can make out the crude shape of a red spiral. Carefully arranged before the monolith lies 2 diminutive, desiccated corpses, and along the edges of the chamber stand strange urns of unknown design. The chamber has an aura of age beyond comprehension, and your head begins to spin as you realize you may be the first to set foot in it for millennia. Shouldn't be here, Cat whispered. 2 desiccated corpses lie carefully placed on a carved stone slab. The deliberateness in the arrangement that gives strong impression of forgotten secrets and ancient rituals. Scattered instruments about the corpses. Scattered around the corpses are several strange-looking metal instruments. Healing 5. He only has 3. Alright. Oh. What? Waiting 1.5 hours for watching you? Sorry about that. Glad to see you. Head stare indignantly at you with empty eye sockets as you examine their naked forms. You find several lesions on them, no doubt caused by the strange instruments that surround them. As to the purpose, you have no idea. Lore, though, we have. Yeah, it is cut from the whole country in college in a final exam. It's a little intense, but I guess it makes sure no one can cheat. Well, now. Yeah, I figured. Man, that's insane, though. I'm surprised. Welcome, this is SKALD against the Black Priory. It's something that my little brother ended up sending to me, and he thought it would fit pretty well for stream. Since Monday mornings are all for MMOs and RPGs, thought it would fit well. I understand some places are really intensive about their academic policy. I know usually colleges, though, just end up being pretty firm on dismissing people for it. Basically, this game is styled after old school, RPG systems closer to the original D&D. Casters are really, intensive. They need to rest a lot more to restore their spells. The fighters are usually, basically used for soaking up damage and distracting people more than dishing things out themselves. Then, of course, you have thieves, which are your skill monkeys that end up unlocking pretty much everything or sneaking around. Your main character is a custom character. You can technically recruit mercenaries sometime later in the game, I heard, but right now we've got two other story characters. We have someone who's a guilder, who's basically someone who worked for the Merchants Guild, who ended up basically was sold into it, ended up helping us around. Then we have a mercenary that we hired before the events of the beginning of the game, here to end up finding and rescuing somebody who we knew earlier. Try Skull. I don't have Skull. If I did, I'd do it. I know that Skull is something that has quite a bit. Right now, I'm definitely invested in this. There's an eldritch horror themed fantasy world kind of thing, and it's something that I've really, really enjoyed. Carefully brushing away dust and cobwebs, you survey the oddly shaped instruments. Their shapes vary from small blades to hooks and other stranger forms. Even a cursory examination reveals that these instruments were likely used on the corpses, but as far as you can tell, they don't seem to be embalming tools. Instead, they seem more like primitive imitations of the tools Imperial surgeons use. As you stand there, pondering the strange scene before you, your eyes fall on a small wooden box. The withered box crumbles as you touch it, revealing an ancient knife of exquisitely carved greenish stone. With trembling hands, you pick it up, and for a moment the air around you seems to become charged with eldritch energies. Sounds die down, and your nostrils fill with the metallic tinge of ozone. No doubt this is the object Matthias the lighthouse keeper asked you to retrieve. Sickly, wet bubbling sound snaps you back into focus. All around you, the clay jars begin to stir, and then one after another they burst with loud cracks as a thick substance pours from them. To your horror, the viscous substance begins to move of its own volition towards you. Wizard in back. Her in back. Spider can stay up. They're being poisoned. Alright. Gnats to disrupt them. And cascade. Down. Up to range. Oh, it's resistant to piercing and immune. Okay. Good thing we have a wizard to deal with things that fighters can't. Is the point of wizards in most old school RPGs. Their whole gimmick is, hey, I can actually resistances. Fortunately, can't really protect from that. Poisons. Hopefully I have an antidote or something. I imagine I do. There we go. Hey, she got a level from that. Fight in combat might actually be really good for her. As much as I want backstab damage, having her capable of doing other shit's kinda nice. He's no longer poisoned. Back to the cave. Dive in. West. West. South. I actually want to explore the rest of this. Dive on in. We originally went north. East. Large dome chamber, writhing seaweed covers the floor and reaches up towards you like groping tentacles. You shudder as one of the slimy tendrils brush your skin. 3 tunnels lead out of this chamber. East, west, and south. East again. The tunnel narrows somewhat here before opening up into a slightly larger chamber with 2 exits. West and south. Suspended in the middle of this chamber is the corpse of a young man. His features are softened by the sickly glow of the algae growing here. There's no mistaking the mask of terror that froze on his face as he drowned. Tunnels lead to the north and west. I did go south here. Examine the corpse. Quickly rummaging through the poor fellow's belongings, you try not to think about your own dwindling air supply. In a pouch on his belt, you find a handful of coins and a key. Now that you've lingered too long already, you must move on. Alright, we gotta go north. Go back in, why not? East, south. We can do one more. Bioluminescence is so faint in this chamber that you almost fail to spot the tunnels leading north. Head back out. Ah. Wow, okay. That just instant kills. Yeah, let's just head out. Back. West. Alright, so, note to self, do not do that. Dive into tunnel. East, south. Things. North. West, and west. This game does not play around. There's kind of instant death from that. Last time I told you I'm going to a gaming cafe, played Dark Souls and got clapped so hard, and some Rocket League. Really? Which Dark Souls, actually? Because I know I've played the entire series. I should actually do a run-through on stream, but I have a friend who wants to do that in co-op. He actually does other streams at Shattered Coyote, the guy who's, like, advertised on the wheel of other people that I end up, showing off. Speaking of, I actually have a bunch of people to add to that now. I did some meetups and networking over the course of the weekend. Kind of nice. Dave. Interested. Like 3, honestly? Alright, yeah. 3 is probably the most refined the combat is. 1 is a bit clunky, but it's closer to 3 than 2, and then 2 is the clunkiest, but a lot of people really like it for its PvP. 3 is definitely the most popular, and then technically if you want to consider Elden Ring a part of the Souls series, then Elden Ring is definitely. I know I definitely want to do Convergence with someone on stream probably. That, or I just want to end up playing through the entire thing myself when I get around to that. I'll probably save that for another Monday or something after I finish with this, because supposedly this is a relatively short game. Made that save because I'm definitely interested in here. Another set of seaweed. Oh, this is a shortcut. Ah. Then east. South. Done that. Oh well. What's the story? Basically, this entire thing is a island. Essentially, you're here to go and find a woman who went missing. It's the child of some noble, and more or less, you've thought that everything was more or less mundane. She ended up going, you know, of her own free will, but there's been some weird reports. So basically what you're doing is you're going through this entire system to try and find her, and then everything goes wrong. Your ship gets sunk by a sea monster, and everything is basically, hey, essentially there's some Lovecraftian kind of horror going on with it. And you can choose pretty much whatever you want to do. It's somewhat on rails, where you have to figure out, you know, more or less how the story ends up going is basically the same, more or less. But it's a solo dev project, I'm not surprised. guy wanted to tell a story, and it's more just the way that some companions react to you or the way that you'll end up going through the game that you have to kind of change. The ending, though, is supposedly pretty much the same most of the time. As long as you're not dying, that's fine. East, east, south, west, north. Why did I do that? Because I just... I want to go back into the caves, and then as soon as I go east, instead of going east again, let's do south. Oh, never mind. That's literally just the same as... yeah. Alright. What's west, then? Because I've never gone west. West. I'm stupid, that goes directly into the sink. Doi. The game is better than Genshin Impact. What? This has nothing to do with Resident Evil or Genshin Impact. Resident Evil, though, I have seen a bunch of videos. There's a guy, what was it, who I was watching earlier, did a challenge run on, I forget what it's called. Let me actually look it up real quick, because this one was actually nice. It was RE4 Remake Berserker mod. Yeah, it was a guy called Zero ended up making a video on it. So if you end up looking up Zero's thing, he ended up beating the Resident Evil 4 Remake Berserker mod on the hardest difficulty without dying, and it took him 22 days and like 93 attempts. Best is 8. 8 is, is that Village? I've never really played the Resident Evil series, so granted I don't actually know anything about it. It's just that I'm aware of some small things regarding it. Know the general story and all the shit posts about Leon, continue the Redfield bloodline. Fine cutlass. Can I put the cutlass on her? Yes, I can. I also know about the boulder punching and various things like that, but 8 had a very unique art style in terms of the, well, not art style, the architecture was very, very nice. I like a lot of gothic themes. Tends to be cool. Here's the dagger, yeah, ancient dagger. Ancient dagger carved from strange green stone. Value to those with the right interests. Yeah, help me. Oh no, not that. Yeah, there's what's funny, the video I ended up mentioning, the, like, various kidnapper enemies end up stuck on rocks 90% of it, because since it's somewhat randomized, then it's kind of fun. Alright. We found the blade, guy. Back. I knew you'd seek safe harbor once more, drawn to the light like lost moths. Sit, rest, make yourself at home. Might still be some stew left. Found the blade. Show it, the old man stammers excitedly. You reveal the blade to him, his eyes widen, and he tentatively reaches out for it. Beautiful. His jaw clenches in determination, and he recoils in apparent disgust. It's evil, cursed, I tell you. Not so. Don't you feel it? It has power and hunger. Nothing to do with this. Take it and bring it far away from here. Destroy it. All I would ask is that you don't throw it in the ocean. Beings there with it would wield it. See. In any case, I promise to make it worth your while. I will. Take this. Hands you an amulet. It'll serve you well on your journeys. Keep your body strong and free of disease. That being said, I would ask another thing. This here beacon's always keeping the horrors of the island from my throat. Thing is, oil is running low, and I got nary a drop left in storage. I need you to find some before the darkness takes us. Thing is, the oil coming from the mainland on ships through Horan, then things went dark, and now there's no way for me to get it. If it's still in Horan, there's a good chance it'll be sitting in one of the warehouses in the harbor. That's all I ask. I'll be waiting here for you, tending the fire as best I can. Yeah, go ahead. Can you tell me 2 jokes? I have no issue with it. Level these guys again. Oh, I don't have enough to level that. Alright, fair. I'll grab some there. My god, no. It's a pun. I don't like it. Great, though. Alright, we had that ship there. It said something between the 3 earlier. Oh wait, I should actually equip things. Right. Five, 4 to 5, alright. I'm always invented. Okay, no, the fungi joke I've heard before, and I was very... very young when I heard it. But that one I know of. Between the 3... Start. Like 5 paths here, but I need to look for a trio of things. Really between anything here that I can look at. So it's click to move or it's WASD. So I have both. 3 rocks here, but I don't think. Not really like lined up enough. Because I need to go what? I need to go like 2 south. 5. Yeah, no, I can't. Here. Oh, never mind. There's 3 literally like lined up with a dirt patch here. What was the poem? It's in my journal. Where is it? Dude. Dwarves, ritual daggers. Keeper, smuggler's cache. What's the... But item legendary or something? No, it means that I can't wield it. So the exact opposite. There we go. Alright. 2 south, 5 east, 4 north. And yeah, 3 into the east. 2 south, 5 east, 4 north, 3 east. 2 south. 5. North, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and then we have 2 shovels. Dig into the ground a bit and find something. Digging through the rocky soil, you're almost ready to give up, and then your shovel suddenly strikes something metallic. Small but sturdy strongbox. Appears to have something inside. This is far from the fabled mountains of gold that the Umbrian treasure ships were said to carry. Box swings open without difficulty. Inside lies a small pile of strange and exotic-looking jewelry, and underneath it, an artifact wrapped in rough linen. As you reach for it, a ringing rises in your ears, and you go lightheaded. Excitement? No, something else. And the side of the screen doesn't want to be there. No, there's a few people, I'm not sure anyone wants to be here. They've been shipwrecked. Bundle tumbles from your hands, and as it does, it becomes unwrapped. Laying on the ground in front of you is a hideous idol carved from some unknown greenish-black rock, an amorphous shape of eyes, mouths, and tentacles that manages to convey a sense of immensity in spite of the effigy's small size. Hand over the idol. The voice cuts through the mist like a dagger. Turn around to see Karilla, a handful of other shapes approaching threateningly with with weapons drawn. Can't believe it worked. Told you all it would. One of the men flanking Corilla rants excitedly before she cuts him off with a poisonous glance. Shut your trap, Peter, you. Points her sword towards you. Hand over the idol. Not gonna happen. Men I work for go much further than spilling your blood to get what they seek. A smile, strangely sympathetic, flashes over her face. She clicks her tongue, and the men flanking her charge. Yeah, the bald one is Roland. He's our fighter. He's fine, though. For the most part. Happy to be here. Soaking up a lot of damage already, though. Orb of gnats. I think I need to stop them from instantly. Him, though. Fortunately, I didn't cascade, which means infinite damage upon him. Oh well. Damage. No cascade again. Ugh. And vitality tonic, injure her arm. I don't want to use stuff here. Cascade. There we go. Game is like a book or story, kind of. It takes a lot from old school RPGs, and so as a result, there's a lot more reading involved. Which I like. I appreciate games that are more like books than games. That means that there's a lot more to do with them. Stories are a lot more interesting, things end up going on. Oh. Okay, they just killed my entire party here. That's... He just didn't do anything. Alright. Oh. No cascade. Oh well. Love that save. We know where it was. I should have saved beforehand, though, because that's a long walk. But it's fine. Didn't have to retrace my steps, it was just in the patch over here. This time, save, because that's an actually difficult combat encounter. And where was it? Right over here, right? Fuck, alright. Oh wait, no, right here. There it is. Now we save. And use equipment. Dig. Box, continue. Gonna happen, and fight. But we'll fix it on taking those out as quickly as we can. Combat with... Oh, hey, he goes first this time. There we go. Torso. Cat here. There we go. Shield there. Can I go to the store to buy milk? Ah, enjoy. Hopefully everything goes well. Can't reach target. What do you mean? Alright. Have hide in combat, but I don't imagine I can do that. Not right now, at least. Oh, no cascade. Alright. Oh, on wizard. Good, one more down. Ooh. A little more from the nets, come on. More cascade, no. Drink a little. Bloody his leg up. There we go. Bunch of XP from that too, wow. Alright. Walk all the way back up. I don't need to. Rest. Again, rest. 4 arrows. Fully wounded to work in 1 ration. Not bad. Hey, 155. What do you mean? I've been there that long. Alright. Save, and now we go. I had to go northwest to the area here. Broken bodies and debris litter the rocky shores of Hydra. At the distance, you can make out what appears to be the remains of the Zephyr's hull. All group of exhausted figures sit huddled around a campfire. You recognize them immediately as a small group of survivors from the Zephyr. The men suddenly notices you, and the men stumble to their feet, smiling at you and waving you over to their meager fire. Gaunt-faced man that looks like he spent more years at sea than ashore stands before you. Recall this was the Zephyr's first mate. Remembers crewmates calling him Snow. He offers a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes as you approach. Hadn't expected to see you alive, mercenary, but you stood up for us on the Zephyr, and you saved the lives of some of my men. Glad you made it. Crew didn't deserve to be slaughtered. Nonetheless, did us little good. Never seen anything like that beast before. The way it tore the ship apart. This island, something is wrong here. A curse has befallen us. As we need to work together if we are to survive. No disagreeing with this, though my men and I have naught to offer save our fire and what shelter these huts may provide. There are beds inside if you require, but little else. There is another thing, a favor I'd ask of you. If you come across any more of my men, tell them where to find me. Both I and the guild will thank you if I do. Questions. What was it that attacked the Zephyr? Never seen anything like it. There are beasts in the depths, but nothing like this. Like something out of a sailor's nightmare. Blessed dead, how will we ever get off this island? Been here before, years ago. Didn't leave Horan back then, but it was nothing but a backwater port like any other. Full of people not too fond of strangers and superstitious fishermen. Nothing like now. Don't you feel it? The air smells strange, like right before a thunderstorm. And the beasts, I tell you. Sailed around the Empire for near on 20 years, and I've never seen creatures like these. And then there are the men. The men? Saw them stalking in the fog. Dangerous men, I thought. Then I came across some of their handiwork. Amin and Dill, the cabin boy. Black arrows in their back, the both of them. Keep far away from them. One of the wretched survivors from the Zephyr. The man looked torn, tattered, and exhausted. As you approach the sailor, he offers a tired but grateful smile. Talk to Snow if you want something. Thanks for finding a way out of the cave. The crabs hadn't got to me. Alright. Hook. Eggs, potatoes, and onion. Where's onion? I don't have onion. Okay. Go carrot and leek then. More veggie stew. Here, there. It's actually a very good spot to pick up things. Maybe she can climb that? We can, yeah. Eggs. Yay. They're very useful for the omelets we can make then. Potatoes here. There's a monolith. Alright. Grim monolith rises from the rugged landscape. Ancient and weathered, the stone must have stood here for centuries. Painted on it are crude spiral-shaped runes at the base of the monolith. Oh, and at the base of the monolith lie piles of eggshells, flowers, and fishbone. Your eyes are drawn in by the mesmerizing spiral symbol. Brief moment, it almost seems to shift. Avert your eyes and instead shift the small pile of offerings with your foot. It occurs to you that these can't be more than a few weeks old, perhaps days. Barrel and a chest down there. Tip called beard, it's your favorite. Flavored like anything, or is it just kinda there? Hey, is that a thieves' tools? Spicy. Alright. Yeah, no. That's, been a bunch of people here end up grabbing most of the time. I know that a bunch of friends of mine usually just grab Cheetos every single time. All the fucking hot stuff, and I'm like, it's gonna... That's it. My roommate used to end up grabbing entire fucking family-size bags of the things whenever he went out shopping. Oop. The sound makes you stop dead in your tracks. Someone or something is charging towards you through the tall grass. A woman dressed in the livery of the Nautical Guild emerges from the fog, panic written on her face, and she's panting. Right behind me, she shouts excitedly. Eva, what's going on? Grabs the woman by the shoulders. A pack of lean and growling predators emerges from the fog, and snarl and then lunge at you. Alright. There we are. Hey, Cascade. Good. Keeps trying to bite her. Oh. Gone. Perfect. Not at all. There's something called Shrimp Alfredo. I'm shocked it's amazing. Oh yeah, no, Shrimp Alfredo's great. Alfredo in general is a personal favorite. There's a bunch of bottles of the sauce in grocery stores usually that's just some, what is it? It's, garlic and onion filtered in there. I know it's relatively easy to make. I'm pretty sure it's just cream and some other bits. That or just flat out milk and butter. Bless you for saving my hide. I saw smoke rising from the south and was making my way there when these Mongols picked up my scent. I need to get going, but be sure to come visit the camp. I might have some things to trade. Oh, we get our first merchant from that. Cool. You. Let's see what you have. All of this random stuff we can. Buy all the hunting arrows we need. A bunch of gold though. Holy crap. Tomato inside the bread, would it be delicious? You talking about like a tomato sauce or just like tomato in like what, like a sandwich? That's a pretty like usual thing around here to put tomatoes in sandwiches. The reason there's a BLT. Yeah, no, I mean like the BLTs are a common thing, is bacon, lettuce, tomato. Horn. Shell. Cotton shells. Bread knives. And I think I can. Rid of the yard. Perfect for breaking and entering. Yeah, okay, I'll grab one of those. Bubbles boots. No heroism. Thing. Really don't need to steal from them. There we go. Oh. Crates. Haven't been in the northern house either. Work for me? Ah, this is custom mercenary. Alright. You go back to all the cliffs and such we saw before and end up trading with them. A good spot to camp. Wait, the thing beside that bed. You. Electric resistance potion. Alright. Speaking of potions, let me actually see. Baked fish. Okay. Two. Need salt for it? Maybe. Salted fish. No, salted fish is a different thing. This in baked fish. Lime, pumpkin pie. Well, that be then. Head back to here. Hey, buddy. Tell her about the other survivors. Another one right back where we started. Hop back up here and tell him. Hey, buddy. And thanks you profusely, and hastily makes his way towards the camp. Oh no. Look, a lot of the things people end up calling brain rot for like younger audiences are things that we ended up seeing a lot in source filmmaker animations, or things that we ended up like basically absolutely loving growing up. So I usually don't have the same kind of like mentality towards it where I'm like, oh no, you know, the younger generation is just like completely not learning anything. I think a lot of the issue is with the advent of technology and like the internet in general, the way that people have learned to engage with new information has definitely changed a lot more. You end up in a situation where people are trying to basically come to grips with the newer generation not learning in the same way they did, and misattributing the like online interactions and like digital stuff with, oh, they're just stupid, they can't learn the same way we did with pen and paper textbooks, and like basically chalk on chalkboard trying to instruct people kind of learning. It's like, no, the way that they've dealt with media and learning in general is much more interactive. You're dealing with things that you can directly engage in and constantly get your hands over. That's why all the like so-called iPad babies are like fumbling with tablets and looking over things, because they learn a lot more by doing. And classrooms, there's not a lot of doing. You sit still, you listen, and you just kind of wait. After that, there's not really much you do. And a lot of the things that you end up using kind of go to waste unless they directly relate to your profession. Whereas with digital technology, it's intuitive. You end up working with something that you can directly see the effects of. So a lot of the time what people are finding is that physical examples of things are actually a lot more useful in teaching kids that are younger how to actually do something. That's why trades are really successful. You end up seeing people who actually look at more immediate results. Yeah. Okay, look, if you're staring at your phone while walking, that's a different thing. Physical distractions are a real problem, but that's less what I'm getting at. It's more about the way people are learning. You have to change up things to make sure that people do stuff. Because it's the same way, like people with ADHD learn differently all the time. What you need to do with them is basically you try to... People with ADHD need more... Oh, you're just walking? Oh, not even having a phone in front of you, just... Oh, no. Yeah, no, somehow I don't think that has anything to do with it. I know, what I was saying was ADHD people usually, they learn better by having more immediate responses and repercussions for the things that they end up learning. So that's why you'll usually see a lot of them in fields like engineering, where things can be tested immediately. You'll see people in programming, because you can like basically just go in and see results immediately. And why you don't see a lot of them in more like hospitality or service sector work, because a lot of that is very like, the reinforcement is kind of flimsy. You end up having to wait weeks to hear back from people, or you end up spending a lot of time kind of working around various different like social avenues to just get any kind of information on it. Are you doing the right thing? Is everything going well? That's why people with ADHD function incredibly well when they're actually given immediate results, because they can change their behavior and learn quicker. Unfortunately, a lot of the school systems we've got don't really have anything that works for that. It's all like very like test batteries and very like basic stuff that you can do for it. And there are some ways people can help. I know quieter testing environments definitely bring things out of people. But academic learning in the traditional sense isn't really as good for people in that situation. So I think we're seeing a rise in that kind of behavior, learning styles, as we end up progressing a little more in technology and seeing it like proliferate amongst the younger generation in more quantities. In response to your concern, a bizarre, monstrous growl echoes through the cliffs ahead of you. Frozen mid-step, you scan the mists when the unmistaken stench of rotting flesh is wafted towards you. Something large and deadly lies ahead. Roland places his hand on the hilt of his weapon as he scowls into the mists. Keep your wits about you. Fear we may have our work cut out for us. What do you recommend? Say we forge ahead, but keep our wits about us. All right. Inclined to agree with the big man, Kat adds as she looks around nervously. All right. Swallow hard as you ponder what dangers may lie ahead. Is difficulty one. Porta is a dangerous place where you can quickly end up facing very dangerous beings. Sometimes the best tactic is to leave a fight for later as you level up and gather more equipment and allies. Remember that you can change the difficulty of the game at any time. You can even create your own custom one. Alright. Stealth around a little here. Top 3 games easily would have to be Minecraft's just too versatile to end up saying anything about. I know Team Fortress 2 is the best team-based shooter I've ever played, and unfortunately its unplayable state right now is the reason why the whole fix or save TF2 movement is going on. And then the more recent one I've played is stuck between Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3. Or Baldur's Gate 3, just because, honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 knocked everything out of the park RPG-wise. I've absolutely loved it. And Elden Ring is just something I've always absolutely enjoyed. Roguelikes have just been a guilty pleasure of mine for a long time, which is why this channel involves a lot of roguelike games and things that are more traditional, because I don't see them get nearly as much traffic as I wish they would get. I know it's a popular genre. The only problem is that a lot of people find it intimidating to get into things like this. Because you see a screen filled with numbers, you see a very complicated system, and they don't realize how easy it is to actually get into things and kind of customize it how they like. Which is what I love about roguelikes, is you can really end up playing things exactly the way that you want, and find a playstyle that suits you. I really like casters. I like the ability to throw out fireballs and various different, elements there. The thing is, there's a reason fighter is the most commonly picked class. People really like seeing a dude in plate armor punch someone in the face who's summoning skeletons. There's something interesting about fantasy. There's something interesting about, hell, I mean, there's some sci-fi roguelikes that do it very well, where you have Cogmind for the more robotic angle, and, what's the one? Quasimorph does a very good job of traditional roguelikes in a more, space kind of setting. Which, admittedly, I don't have. Should pick that up at some point, though, when I have some cash spare. But in general, there are games out there that people kind of dismiss because they're difficult to get into or they're awkward to look at. And I think those definitely need a lot more light. So you'll have games like this, which are with a much more traditional style or a lot more reading, and it's wonderful. It's a great game. It's just that, not nearly as popular as a lot more of the, I suppose, action-oriented or, I guess, palatable games that people can get in. And that's kind of a shame. Things like these are made so rarely and see such, middling success that not everyone goes for it. I applaud this guy. This is a solo dev project for making this in the first place. Carefully pick your way forwards when movement on the top of the cliffs catches your eyes. Robed and hooded figures emerge as they appear to be dragging something towards the edge of the cliff. North, a rabid dog spits Roland. To your horror, you realize that the party is dragging. Naked man and woman, bound and gagged, are struggling desperately as they are mercilessly pushed towards the edge of the cliff. No, whispers Cat, almost too loud. We have to do something. One of the cultists shouts and points towards the surf in elation. Terror fills the eyes of the moribund couple. Follow their gaze and turn to see, emerging from the surf, a creature of sheer horror, larger than any sea creature you've fought so far. A hulking shape greedily waddles towards the base of the cliffs, pincers snapping and tentacles squirming greedily. Before you can react further, the cultists hurl the two forms off the cliff. Their impact the ground below with a sickening splat. With surprising speed, the beast falls upon their remains. Standing transfixed, you watch as the horror consumes the remains of the unfortunate wretches. Sickening snaps and wet pops fill the air as the creature feeds. All the while, the robed cultist stands swaying and chanting on the ledge above. Sneak away. Don't dare breathe as you slowly pick your way back out the way you came. As soon as you feel certain you're out of sight, panic takes over and you run as fast as you can. By the time you stop, you're utterly exhausted, but at least you're still alive. So multiverses, what about multiverses? fighting games aren't something I've really enjoyed as much. I've never really gotten into reading people or being able to actually maneuver around something as complicated as that. A lot of the time, my friends, though, really, really enjoyed, usually they'd end up playing, Smash 4, they'd play a whole bunch of different games like this. Or in general, you'll just, they'd play Smash 4, they'd play, I think whatever the newest one was, that might be Smash 4, I don't know. There was another friend I had who ended up playing a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom games. That, and I think it was the one DC-based fighting game, Injustice, I think. We ended up playing Injustice a whole bunch whenever I went over to his house. So it's definitely a genre I'm familiar with, it's just never one that appealed to me too much, which is why I never got into multiverses. I know I've been interested in it before, though. It's something that, I got, I got Brawl on the Wii when I was younger, because I played it at a friend's house. And it was decent enough in terms of, couch co-op with my little brother when we were really young, but absolutely not on any kind of competitive level, and that interest kind of waned when I ended up getting into PC gaming. Like when someone's not playing just popular games like Fortnite and Minecraft. How about you? Yeah, I appreciate it. Because honestly, I could play Minecraft. It's a game I absolutely love. I could play, I don't know, maybe there's not many other really popular games that I end up playing, because I don't usually grab newer stuff. I grab stuff off the shelf from, bargain bins or on sale stuff, or newer games that don't really cost a lot, but also don't have as much traffic. I want more backstab damage, why not? So Thatcher, or Skeletal Friend, is currently asleep because he works third shift. So he works late into the night and ends up waking up usually in the afternoons. He'll usually pass out early morning. The only reason he's not here now is because I ended up starting this a little bit later into the morning, because for the last 4 days I've been doing meetups with people and trying to coordinate, just growing this channel and growing other people's stuff. I've been introducing people from different communities, a lot of the people from the, I call it the content carousel, I don't know the name it is, what it is, suggested channels below. I introduce a lot of people from there to other people, and we ended up having a great time. Honestly, I didn't mind missing Thursday and Friday streams just to make sure that everyone ended up basically feeling comfortable enough getting out of their skin and really talking to a whole bunch of new people. And a lot of that they did themselves. I had a lot of people introduced to me by one of my friends saying, "Hey, this guy mentioned something you like." And so they dragged me over. We ended up speaking for a while. Your cat's weird. All cats are weird. Just what flavor of weird? Decamp here, alright. For you, the unmistakable mess, squalor, and desperation of a refugee camp sprawls around a small farmstead like a festering wound. Yeah, I like tea. Peppermint is usually something I end up grabbing, that or anything with lemon and ginger is usually really nice. I know I got some, earlier I grabbed something involving hibiscus and strawberry. Grabbing as well. I get a bunch of odd ones, I'll try something new pretty much every time. When I can, at least. I'm not always so lucky. Going and watching Primal? Alright, enjoy yourself, man. Glad to see you here. A nice talk for a while. Oh, I cast on the wrong square. No. My action economy. Rah. I don't think I know what Primal is, no. The animation, no. Alright, yeah, I'm not familiar. I think I've heard the name in passing, but nothing, like, specific about it. So if you enjoy it, though, and have fun with it. I know there's a lot of stuff I've definitely not heard of. I stopped watching TV when I was, like, 12, so I'm not up to date on anything really modern. Very nice. Yeah, I like that it's bloody. Ah, yeah. There's a bunch of gory media in the US, admittedly, so I think I'm somewhat desensitized to it, but I forget there's places it's a little more rare still. I'd argue it's probably better for it, but I know, some people really like the fact that we have a bunch of media like that. SKALD launch. Oh, that's a console. I didn't realize this game had a console. Pressed up. My things. 3 arrows, 1 ration. That was recovering fully. Wonderful. Crabs on the surf here. Figure I'll just walk the grounds before I try to get in anywhere. Here's a bunch of crops. See you, man. Alright. Enjoy yourself. Hopefully everything goes well. Sorry, it took me a second to catch that. Death or glory? What? There's a garden snake. Not exactly the most threatening thing, but alright. Yeah, immediately. Okay. Perfect. Just a bunch of snakes. Alright. Cool. A bunch of graves. Hey, Gravekeeper, what's up? Approach a man sweating profusely and caked in dirt, hunched over and panting, seemingly winded from the hard work of digging graves. Who goes there? The man jolts to hefting his shovel as a weapon. Not looking for any trouble. Why so jumpy? Why so jumpy, he asks. Well, since you ask, I drew the short straw, and it's fallen to me, upon my wretched shoulders, to bury the dead. Looks around nervously. Don't get back to it, I'll be food for the fellhounds before you know it. Dead. Reader says we need to bury the dead, lest disease run rampant. How it's holy work. And looks down in shame. That it doesn't feel like it is at all. In the distance, a howl sounds, and the man straightens up like some prey animal, sensing a predator. Briefly squints into the perpetual twilight that covers the island before grabbing his shovel and redoubling his efforts towards finishing his work. Run back to camp, I'll finish the job. Man looks at you with slight confusion, then pushes his shovel into your hands, thanks you profusely, and runs back to camp. There are 2 corpses wrapped in linen before you. Graves have been dug, but they still need to be filled in. Corpses are a man and a woman. Perhaps they were once man and wife. They look well fed, and there's no apparent cause of death. You look the corpses over, you notice that their abdomen seems distended beyond that of a simple corpse gas. You apprehensively poke at the swelling, and to your horror, the mass begins to squirm and shift. Open. Trembling hands, you cut into the pallid flesh and expose the entrails of the corpse. Just as you're about to abandon your grisly task, when the entrails whip out of the wound in a mass of squirming, eyeless worms. Panicked, you frantically scuttle away from the tiny snapping orifices, when Roland charges past you with the shovel raised. The shovel makes short work of the tiny terrors, until the corpse and monster is reduced to a pulpy mass. Ashen-faced from horror, you push the broken corpses into their graves and quickly begin piling dirt onto them. Wipe the grime from your face as you finish the grim task. Sadly, you suspect these are far from the last graves that will be made of the poor refugees of Horan before this is over. Recipe for salted fish inside of this plate. Alright. Probably grab a drink before I end up actually going into the place. And take a moment to use the restroom. Has been a few hours. 3 to be exact. All these graves just the same thing? I think it is, but let me double check. I'm always curious about it. I gotta try. There we go, yeah. Soldier dressed in the ragged remains of what you assume is the livery of Horan. Looks hungry, shaken, and on edge. Talk to the Chamberlain over in the barn if you want something. Just leave me alone. Entering the ragged camp, you notice a small crowd nearby, arranged in an inward-looking ring. Center stands a formidable, armored woman. She carries an unmistakable air of authority, and the insignia of her armor marks her as a cleric of the Order of Sepulchites. A tattered band of refugees surrounding her are agitated and shouting over one another. So few of us. Horan was home to 200, and we're but a few score left, cries a ragged man with tears in his eyes. By the golden corpses, there must be survivors, beseeches another. Who are we to send? Half of us won't live through next market day, and the other half ain't fit to hold as much as a stick, the old crone interjects, panic quivering in her voice. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of desperate appeals. The cleric raises her arms, and the crowd falls silent. Her sonorous voice rings out. May indeed be cursed, but Alden is right. May yet be survivors in Horan, and it is my duty to go to their aid, at least to learn what fate befell them. Assembly erupts again, some blessing the cleric in tears of hope, others clinging to her robes while pleading for her to not risk her life. Through the crowd, the woman catches sight of you and nods curtly, turns away and begins to load up on supplies, no doubt intent on making good on her promise to the panicked refugees. Dog. Child is ragged and muddy and crying in great big sobs. Approach, she wipes her nose and looks up at you, her eyes widening somewhat as she got the sight of Roland. Prefer we just go on with our work, Roland grunts. What's wrong? I can't find Froggart. Just had him and I was playing, and now he's gone and I'm alone somewhere. Froggart. Froggart's small and green and fluffy, and he's my best friend, and now I've lost him. The girl looks truly heartbroken. I'll have a look. Hurry, he doesn't like to be alone, and he's afraid of the hounds. Stench of disease and moans of the dying lie thick in the air of the makeshift infirmary. Aging cleric shuffles back and forth as he tries best he can to tend to the patients. Ah, here's where we can make something. Lesser attunement tonic stuff. And there we go. Much of those as I can carry. Where's the vitality? Tonic of vitality. Vitality. Not just 2, is it? Yeah, no. I figured. There we go. Perfect. Hey, guy. No time for talk right now. Just nudging them. Zero thieves tools, alright. Yeah. Rest right now. There we go. Farmer's omelets. Veggie soup. Baked potatoes, food. Smaller stuff to help with the bigger stuff. Balding man with a hard, wrinkled face, the texture of old leather, stands leaning against the wall of the farmhouse, thoughtfully chewing a straw as he dejectedly surveys the muddy chaos that was once his well-kept farm, and mutters something under his breath and spits as a group of refugees pass. As he notices you lingering, he fixes you with a bitter frown. You want more leeches come to bleed me? Is this your farm? You can still call it that. It's ruined. All my crops are trampled and my goats are gone. Going to starve next year thanks to this catastrophe. It seems you're better off than most of the people in the camp. How do you feel about the camp? Bloody wretches. They could have gone anywhere, but my farms were the closest, and now they picked me clean and trampled my fields. We're ruined. Tonics. Chamberlain if you need something. Poor Gravedigger looks at you with a grateful smile. You have made no attempt at removing some of the grime that covers him. I doubt he realizes he'll be back to work before long. There he is. Brother. No doubt it should be returned to its owner with due haste. Is this the reptilian rascal? Rugged, the girl snatches the stuffed animal from you and showers it with hugs and kisses, then turns towards you. Instead of giving you a hug, she dashes past you and throws her arms around Roland's waist. The old warrior looks startled at the sudden show of affection. All right, girl, you've had your frog back. There's proper work to be done now. The girl steps back. Froggart says thank you. Glad to help. Despite the squalor surrounding the girl, she's now smiling from ear to ear. Frogert is glad to be back. Want to play a game? All right. The rhyme all the kids in my street played. At least we used to, I guess. He hesitates for a moment before proceeding with renewed vigor. Movements are left, both. Left, right, both. Right, okay. Let me try that. Let's see. Left, both, right, both. Left, both, right, skip. Oh. Left, both, right, both, skip. Try. Left, both, You did it. Now let's add in the words. Just say them after me. Girl begins to recite it, a rhyme. Air beware, don't dare to sleep. Brings you dreams of ebb and flow, of churning seas and dreadful deep, and waves that lay the mountains low. Fear the mother most of all. Awake before you hear her bell. 1,000 young will hear her call, and that was how the giants fell. Getting good, but now Frogert says it's time to go. Bye. Girl meanders off, chatting eagerly with her stuffed companion. As you turn to leave, you can't help but feel a bit uneasy at the children's rhyme. Find your mind wanders off to the horror that befell the Zephyr. Best be on your way. Creepy rhymes, probably not the greatest for his mentality. And before you has the look of a high-ranking imperial bureaucrat. However, there's little pomp left in him now. His robes are ragged, his cheeks hollow, his spectacles cracked. He mumbles to himself as he despondently pores over stacks of papers and maps in your throat. Looks up at you with a start. What's this then? More mouths to feed, or by some miracle do you come laden with supplies, medicine, and men-at-arms? Careful, little man. What? Man sighs and sinks further back into his seat. Forgive me, I am not myself. The world seems to be coming undone, and I am left holding the pieces. He wipes his balding head with a piece of cloth. Marcus Stonehold at your service, Chamberlain to the most glorious office of the Governor of Indra. Makes a sharp little bow, his words dripping sarcasm. How may I be of assistance? Get to horror. How have you come to offer my assistance? That's so. Blinks, bewildered, gestures to his papers. Governor missing and the camp overflowing, things are chaotic to say the least. Any assistance you can offer will surely help me avoid an early grave. Nonetheless, I do not know you, and your motives may be pure. And though your motives may be pure, I've learned a long time ago to be wary of sellswords. Tell me, why are you here in the first place? To Horin. Go there if you will, but entering Horin may prove a tall order. The township's been overrun by madmen. Hundreds lie dead in the street, and those who remain cling to life on this barren plot of farmland. As for the city gates, they have been sealed, and our attackers have left us no way back into the city. Started some days ago. Awoken in the middle of the night by the governor's guards. Told me we were under attack and that packs of crazed brigands were already roaming the streets, spilling blood by the riverful. Never saw such chaos before. The dead lay strewn in the streets, and we had to sneak from corner to corner just to get away with our lives. Some stroke of luck, we came upon Drina and a handful of other guards, and managed to make our way to the gate with what survivors we could find. Set up this camp whilst well, frankly, I don't know. All I can do is try to keep us alive till tomorrow. I do to help. Let's out a sigh. Oh, where to start? This camp is a disaster. There's no medicine for the sick and wounded, while the madmen and beasts bay for our blood at the gates. Haggard man wipes his brow. People are starving around us. Already the very young and very old have begun to pass, and soon none of us will have the strength to fight should the reavers come for us. In other words, we need food and we need it fast. Dr. Franco. Serving as our cook and quartermaster. He might know where to start. Find him just outside the barn. Indeed, disease is spreading in camp. Hierophant Droll has set up a makeshift infirmary in the main house, but so far he's had little luck combating the infection. Help him, and you will have helped us all. Nothing else, my migraine needs tending to, amongst other things. The Chamberlain gestures to the piles of papers surrounding him. No way? Yeah, let's see. I'd say no. Gibbon and the Ranger is keeping the city under watch, and he reports that the Reavers have sealed its gates. No other way of entering it. What you expect to find in there to save a gruesome death is beyond me. You then sit here and wait for death? Certainly not. The state this camp is in, it's all we can do to keep death from our throats. If you're ever to hold out until reinforcements arrive, much less retake the town, then we must do what we can do we must do what we can to gather our strength. Now that means food and medicine. What I hear, these men were bands of local fishermen and sailors. Why would they do something like this? Orin was their home, and for all his shortcomings, there were few Imperial officials as lenient as the governor. Didn't see him as we fled. I mean, made our strategic retreat. Can only assume he died in the chaos. The cruelest joke of all, that leaves me the ranking Imperial official on the island. Alright. That's another mercenary. Alright. Ooh. Approach a haggard-looking man wearing a threadbare cook's apron. I don't know what you've heard, but there's no food for you here. Or anyone, he growls. Complain to the Chamberlain if you want. Just leave me alone. Should help. Cook's eyes meet yours for the first time. Honestly, this situation is beyond dire. People are starving by the day, and we have no supplies. The old, the sick, the young, they'll all be dying off at this rate. None of us have the strength or courage left to venture out of the camp to hunt and forage. Looks you up and down. You look capable enough. You could go beyond the walls and look for something more substantial. People can't live on vegetable broth alone. They need meat and fat, especially if there's fighting to be had. For any idea where I should look? I do indeed. He leans in. Old Jacob owns the farm. Old Jacob owns this farm. Might not seem like much to a mainlander, but here on Idra, this farm here is large enough. See, Jacob and his family had a large flock of goats when the calamity started, right over there in the enclosure behind us. Now the old man told the Chamberlain that the beast bolted when the calamity started. Drove them all insane, and they scattered into the hills. Rightly so, but I have my suspicions. Can't say I blame the man. Us refugees have made a mess of his farm, and if we find hands on those animals, we'll surely fall upon them like locusts. It would ruin him, and truly it would be a shame if the man lost his livelihood. Better that than having to see children starve. Now you best get going. They're dying the rats. Man with leather-like skin covered in sailor's tattoos approaches you. Greetings, my lord. Name's Donovan. Dono for short. I'm here looking for someone a lot like you. Begging your pardon, but you look a lot less covered in shit than the rest of this lot and able to carry a blade. Serve on the vessel Weather Maiden, and I'm here on the orders of my first mate Zara. Do you talk to her yourself, or hold up in a large sea cave west of here, while the Maiden is undergoing repairs? Zara will be waiting for you there. Here. Notes. Ask you not delay. Thing? We'll talk to the cleric. Now. Gray-bearded cleric is thoughtfully wiping blood off his hands as you approach him. Oh, forgive me, I didn't see you there. Sick, fever, stomach pains, bloody stool? Don't think so, should I be worried? Man examines your eyes and looks in your mouth. No, you do in fact seem fine. Sadly, many are not so lucky. Carl leans in and his voice drops to a whisper. Some sort of infection has broken out in the camp, and so far I've been unable to cure it with neither spell nor concoction. I am in fact at my wit's end. Desperation creeps into the old man's voice. Anything I can do to help? If I can't find a cure, this outbreak may be the death of us all. I wouldn't know where to start. That is... He furrows his brow. What? A woman, Hannah, came to me with her boy, struck down by the outbreak. She appeared a simple girl, and when she pleaded with me to look for a folk remedy, I chided her for it, called her foolish. Surely imperial medicine would prevail. Perhaps I was the fool, which now I listened to her. Left camp, but I think she can be found in the little cottage south of here. I beg you, seek her out on my behalf and hear what she has to say. Little cottage south of here. Ah, now this is populated. Hey. Tired-looking young woman is rocking back and forth, cradling a sick-looking child in her arms. The child whimpers in pain as the mother tries desperately to soothe her. You, Hannah? Woman peers up, her eyes wide and desperate. What's it to you? That old ass send you? Life don't matter now. My Alan's sick. He needs medicine. Only I could visit my mother Katak. Women say she might be able to help my Alan, but dead emperors knows if the old woman's even still alive. Who is Katak? Old woman who has provided us with remedies for as long as I can remember. She lives in the forest, deep in the island's interior. They say it's not safe to stray from the camp, and I couldn't leave my boy in any case. You could go. If you tell her Hannah sent you, she'll know just what I need to cure Alan's. You. Golden Dead bless you. I suppose the clerics will want the medicine for the camp, but I beg this of you. Bring a dose to me. Alan first. Please, I don't think he has long left. Fair. I have to try to convince a guy to sell his goats. Out your animals. What happened to them? Dead, they must be. Ran off into the forest when the sky fell, and nothing survives in that Emperor's forsaken place for long. Lying to me? Looks at you unflinchingly. I'm telling you the truth. Alright, I need to find a way to level that. But now I can't. Oh, cleric first. You. New companion, I assume. Opposing cleric holds up a palm in greeting. Welcome to our new home, stranger. The people of this island know me as Drina. I serve the Golden Dead and this camp. These people are under my protection. What brings you here? Heading to here, or... Drina nods and smiles to a passing refugee before leaning close to you and asking in a low voice, what business did you have in Horan? Looking for someone. Here on Idra, that may prove to be a difficult task, given the tempest that's engulfed this island. How so? She leans back, her eyes still flinty. Not aware of the situation here? These people say the island is surely doomed. Her eyes bore into you, gauging your reaction. And what say you? Always hope, in this life or beyond it. However, I have seen things these last days that I cannot readily explain or reconcile with my faith. Our graveyards have been overflowing as of late, with stranger killing stranger for no good reason. Worse, I think, brother and brother, husband and wife. It's become a tide of ruin. I implored the governor to intervene and investigate, but as usual he did nothing but cower in his villa and peer over his walls. Drunken buffoon, in my estimation. He didn't deserve to die, however, and I don't think he made it out of Horan. Marcus, his chamberlain, did, however. Suppose he's the closest we are to a leader at the moment. We may wish it weren't so. Happened next. Then, a few nights ago, pandemonium erupted. Bands of armed men and women roamed the town, hacking down anyone they came across. Some folks claimed that those that didn't die on the spot were dragged away to suffer some unknown fate. My order and I joined what sane guardsmen remained in the chaos and tried to stem the tide. We were driven from the city in a panicked exodus that followed. Considered retaking the town, but we had scores of wounded, so we retreated, better to save the lives not yet lost. Left this camp to regroup and to care for the wounded. A shadow hangs over us. Wounded do not recover, and those still on their feet slowly lose their mind or hearts. What do you intend to do now? We need answers, Drina gestures at the refugees languishing in the camp before continuing. It's my duty to seek them out, if they exist. Must venture to find a way back into Horan, and then somewhere darker, I fear. Failing that, the situation here in camp is getting untenable. Anything that can be done to improve it will be a small victory. Planning to go alone? I must. Doomed or not, it's all dust in the end, and I intend to die in armor. From what I can tell, we must both tread the same terrible path, though our reasons may differ. Surely there's safety to be had in numbers. Of course. Excellent. Trina's face lights for an instant. These people, my people, I feel their pain. We'll mourn together later. For now, they deserve answers. By the Emperor's bones, I will get them some. But Embla. Trina fidgets with a heavy-looking ring on her finger while she listens to your description of Embla. Certainly not in camp. I can't say I remember seeing her in Horan. Perhaps that bodes well for your quest. The primary task of my order is to care for the dead, and I can say with certainty that I didn't lay rest to anyone matching her description before the fall of Horan. Beyond traveling to Horan, you may want to ask around here in camp. A few of the merchants survived. Perhaps she visited one during her stay. Reavers came from inside the town. I recognize some of them as sailors, fishermen, and whalers, locals mostly from old Idran families. Perhaps they belong to one of the lodges. There are long traditions on Indra for the fishermen and sailors to band together in fellowships known as lodges. I understand they serve mainly as combines for fair distribution of the day's catch. There are persistent rumors of them serving other purposes, too. Our order is an imperial one. Locals would be loath to discuss such things with us. I've always suspected they practice pre-imperial customs of ocean worship, including offerings to ensure safe travel and bountiful catches. Time to go. I'm gonna stop and grab a drink real quick. Give me a moment. I shall return. I feel my voice going as I keep going. Alright, back. Drink, use the restroom, everything should be good. Alright, she needs a level. Class is she? Hospitality. Alright, so she's more of a... Yeah, weapons. Weapons and armor. Bills like that. Training. There we go. Mind magic first. Senses and instill courage. Lay on hands and poison. Then cure moderate disease and moderate lay on hands. There we go. Diplomacy 4 only. Alright. Parlay. Sneak away. Wow, each and every one of them will fail. Alright. Holy shit. Those are some hounds. Alright. Everyone hit with fearful. Alright. Ads if I can. Perfect. There we go. Why did she disengage? What? I ended up shooting something instead. Alright. Or rather, I wanted to shoot something instead. Miss. Missed. Fearful is a pain. There we go. You stop howling. She is missing incessantly. God. Crit for 2. Oh, because I don't have hunting arrows equipped. I have the bad ones. There we go. I did not want to run forward, but okay. Lovely. See. this the cave? 6 by 91, yes it is. Alright. Huge sea cave created by eons with the sea's restlessness. Attack on the rock. Gapes in the cliffs ahead. Take great care, a narrow trail allows you to enter it. Find it here for a reason. You look like a landlubber. Mercenary there. Recipe ration. Man, that's a very good. I should actually read my recipes. Apple, dried meat, nuts. That. Have anything that I can cook? I don't think I do. Yeah. Where's to trade? I don't have much. Oh well. You. Right then, fresh swab monkeys, I see. Just pulling your leg. I'm Anto, quartermaster of this here fine ship. Looking for something? I might have a few odds and ends to sell off now that we're stuck here. Seem to have a lot of food supplies. We're headed for the mainland, fully laden when we became stranded here. Crates and crates of food, but I risk having it rot on me if we don't get out of here soon. Famine crisis brewing in a refugee camp. Look, I'd be happy to help. If I could. This here cargo is not mine to give. We carry it, we don't own it. At the very least, you'd have to pay me for it. 500 gold pieces would get you enough to feed your people for weeks. Solution. Go. Wonderful. Tell you what, since I feel bad for taking your gold, I'll have some of my boys help you lug the supplies back to camp. In fact, you go ahead and return to the refugees with the good news, and by the time you get there, the food will be right behind you. Quartermaster begins organizing a work party. Return to Francia with the good news. Let's talk. Show me what you have for sale. This dude's got plate armor. Holy shit. Not bad at all. Wow. Good short bow. Sell this. Hey, 204 GP versus the massive amount that's actually worth. Oh well. Traded, not surprised. Actually, have a bunch of decent stuff from this. Short bow, thievery, healing, boots of dodge, more thievery, a hat, power shield, or dodge. Huh. I'll buy that. The basic stuff, but not bad at all. Necklace of lore adds to the lore skill. Might want that later. Buy a little more for that. A bunch more thieves' tools because I keep running low on those. All of these are sold them. Yeah, we're good. Man, what do we got here then? Tall, muscular woman, beautiful but for a scar across the cheek, stands looking over papers whilst apparently counting under her breath. Her flamboyant outfit marks her not only as a southerner, but also likely as an officer. Ah, I see the sellswords have come to answer the maiden's plea. She grins, revealing a golden tooth. Her smile, however, does not quite reach her eyes. This is like the second time this has happened. Enter man Dunno in the refugee camp. I am Zara, first mate of the illustrious weather maiden. Gestures grandly to the anchored ship. As she proceeds, a shadow falls over her face. We are on our way to the mainland when we encountered something ancient. Lost a good many a good man, and the ship was gravely damaged. However, by the grace of the blind and our captain's good fortune, we outran the beast and made it to the shallows. It did not pursue us there, and we suspect it will not stray too far from deeper waters. Thankfully, we were close to the sea cave, and we've been holed up here since. Behemoth sunk our ship as well as we attempted to land. Behemoth indeed. What a strange fate we should both be the survivors of something so deadly. In our case, we made as good an escape as can be. We had against such a horror. The maiden is fast, but more so our captain, Iago Zadroma, is the finest captain to sail these waters. Either sails black or white. Where's your captain now? Or I hope you might be of assistance. While we await repairs, our cargo is rotting at our holds. The captain decided to venture into Horan and seek out the Rat Queen, her black market in a bid to offload what he could. Advised him against it as the Queen is cruel and fickle. You may have surmised our operation is less than sanctioned by the Empire. We must ply our trade in the shadows, and we deal with those we can, I suppose. In any case, you no doubt know as well as I what has befallen this island. Horan is overrun by madmen, and I fear the captain was still inside its walls when the city fell. In any case, we've not seen him for days, and I fear the worst. A slight hint of desperation creeps into her voice. You want me to look for him? Indeed. You can make it inside the walls, you would be doing a favor to the finest captain in the Outer Isles. You could venture to rescue him, surely that must be worth something. An eye out for him. All I ask. I would begin the search of the Rat Queen's court. Never seen it myself, but I hear it lies deep in the sewers under the city. Be careful and trust no one, least of all the Rat Queen herself. Zara spits in contempt. Tell me more of your captain. Find a sea captain from here to the sea gates. If you've not heard of him, it's because he prefers it so. Such is the nature of our vocation. As I said, our cargo is often less than legal. There's trouble brewing in Freymark, and plenty of people looking to acquire goods outside the Imperial trade network. We carry it, and people like the Rat Queen sell it. Halt until you take sea again. Maiden took quite a beating, and will be here for quite some time yet. And in any case, we're not leaving until we learn Iago's fate. That being said, monster or no monster, we're not staying a moment more than we need on this accursed island. Something wrong here. I feel it in my bones. Outrun the creature again? There's one captain and one ship that could. It's Iago at the helm of the Maiden. We may need to be cautious and stay close to shore, but I'm willing to roll those dice. The blind has her hand over us. Right. Careful out there. Self. More food. Yeah, that's just a mercenary. Alright. Wandering potion merchant, of course. $42 gold, man. No, thank you. I can very easily make that myself. dog is blocking the way. Back. Hope for good news. Starting work. You mean nothing for now? What? Oh, the cook. Okay. Fungus, good to see you. Likewise. What news? Did you find anything I can put in folks' bellies? I found supplies. The maidens tell me it's so. Don't weigh food in front of the starving. Where did you find it? Supplies from smugglers. With impeccable timing, the work party of sailors arrives carrying the crates of supplies. Hey, Mew, what's going on? Renzo slaps his meaty palms together. I knew you could do it, Grungus. You sig, Grungus. You've saved a lot of lives today, not to mention what people would have done to Jacob if it turned out he'd been hiding livestock from them. In any case, we have food now to last us a while, and it's all thanks to you. Proud. Nothing for now. Ah, dog keeps blocking the way out. Head north into the woods. Somewhere, because this lady is just apparently living out here. Foul creatures swarm from holes in the ground. I don't think I can parlay with a bunch of... Alright, we're just gonna fight. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna talk to these worms. Good idea. I should actually equip the better arrows. Oh, that is equipped. Anxious of people coming to eat dinner with us, but it literally got washed away with spa time. Love this pixel art. Yes, so this game is SKALD against the Black Priory. It is a Lovecraftian horror traditional RPG that is basically set on this island. You're sent out to find this, like, lady that you knew when you were a kid with, like, really strange powers. And admittedly, she's been taken to this island. You were shipwrecked, and now you're here with a bunch of mercenaries and straggling survivors to end up going and figuring out what happened and what's going on. It's essentially this weird mishmash between a like traditional RPG storytelling, tactical RPG gameplay and combat, and a like overworld system from original stuff. Take care of the worm closest to them. And she misses. Amazing. There's so many worms. What are you? Roland? Alright. Spell radius isn't enough to get everyone again. Damn it. Upright person is using rock metal face paint, or is that glasses? That is metal face paint. That is our cleric. That we just recruited in actually the last few minutes. There we go. Oh, we panicked one of the worms. Good. Go, Roland. Beat his ass. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that thing does not take damage. Okay. Good. Get rid of them. Ah. Why did he walk forward instead of... Okay. Lay on hands. Do it on yourself. That'll work. You, buddy. For some reason, the clerics are metal as hell. Oh yeah, no. You'll also see in some dialogues that a lot of NPCs end up having, like, really awesome fucking art for their faces and everything. It's, like, actually wonderful. Plains the face paint. Yeah, it does. the wizard is cascading constantly, which means cascade is basically the system this game has for normally you're not able to act after you've already cast anything. So cascade is a way of basically spell critting so that you get to attack again. Completely wild. That's goodbye. Bunch of XP. Our wizard gets to level here. And one more point in that for spell aptitude. More in attunement, so I can continue spamming spells. Roland here will continue to be beefy as hell. Right before bed, you and Volky just started playing Rise with new characters. Ah, alright. So you guys are moving on to that. I know that a bunch of people are probably gonna move on there after we end up getting through World. I just know that everyone took a break because of the meetups we were doing. This went really well. I'm glad we ended up going. Ugh. Blade damage. Quick save and we'll be off. Supposed to be an old lady in the deep woods here. Snakes in the grass. Oh no. Okay. Cool. Miss. Nice. Who's this? Roland. Okay. Injured arm. What do you mean arm? It's a snake. What? Oh, and she missed. Okay. Injured arm, my ass. Only got one off. Injured leg. Oh no, poison. Ah. No cascading, alright. I crit that thing and it didn't die. Holy shit. Extremely strong. 26 damage. Wow. Ended up learning that one of the female VAs you can pick and Rise is the same as the world's tracker. Really? Alright. Goodwin Studios have a lot of in-house VAs you can recognize. It's just a shame that Bethesda has claim over fucking Garrett's voice actor from fucking Thief. There's a lot of very good ones there. I don't want the console, I want this. Pressing tab to open the inventory when I know that's not gonna work. Ah, these forests. Here he is. Oh. Hey everyone, how's it going? Cool. Everyone courage. Oh my gosh, they're flying her though. Need to take out this guy first. And he didn't end up. Okay. Ooh, crit for 36. Ooh. Blue screen of death and the stream have... No, God, no. It would be funny if it did, but no, that's not the case. Heal herself. Is he healing himself? What? Oh, they've got a cleric. Yeah! Alright, guys down. Miss. Okay. Perfect. Literally no health in the bar, hate to see it, yeah. Well, so green is vitality, purple beneath it is wounds, and then blue beneath it is mana. So your vitality you can very easily end up restoring, you don't take any issues from it, it's basically a shield. And then as soon as you start taking wounds, you pick up injuries. So for example, Drina here is wounded. I can't end up going over to her because it's not her turn. Once it is, I'll show you. Drina's turn now. She has an injured leg, which means until next rest, she has lower movement, lower dodge. So I need to rest after this combat to cure her. Piercing damage. There. Thing is, enemies can actually be injured as well mid-combat. So, these guys with all their shit... Ooh! Holy shit, he just flat out killed Roland. Alright. Well, don't worry. He'll get back up after combat and we can end up fixing this. And I didn't cascade. Shit. You missed. Equip new arrows. Single bodkin. And there's our cascades. There's our cascades. Good. Lay on hands herself. Oh, she's out of ammo there. Another poor arrow. To be fair, no Gen 1 shenanigans here. Yeah. There we go. Bloodied his leg. Yes. A bunch of XP. He can now end up getting, you know what? Further backstab damage. Why not? Better initiative. We need to rest. So, make use of our heaps of food. And now what we do is, these two are basically going to be useless. They can't do anything. But I can have my guys fletch and forage a bit. So, Grungus has fletched arrows, Cat fucked up, and the rest of the guys having to recover their wounds. Perfect. An ancient, weathered Imperial way shrine stands before you. Despite its remote location, you suspect it still sees occasional use. One of several pilgrim sites in the Outer Isles. It is said to pray at them offers wholeness of body and clarity of mind. However, you have no idea how the proper prayers and rituals to perform. pilgrims in the region for you to ask. Ah, there we go. Pilgrim Shrine, Trina answers as she thoughtfully strokes the ancient masonry. A number of these spread throughout the Isles. Pilgrims would come from the empire to pray at them, said to bring good luck and clarity. You have not visited? No, I'm a sepulchite. My order is not required to do pilgrimages. I've had little time to wander in my time here. That being said, it would give me great joy to be able to visit all the shrines one day. Pilgrims traveling through the shrines pass through Horin. We might still find some there. Perhaps they could teach us the proper prayers and rituals to perform at these sites. Alright. But if the lady's not here then, where? Ah, fuck. How many bugs are there? Ah. Oh my gosh, all of them go first. Why? Good lord. A shot with that. A swing with that. Kill courage on everyone. What even does Inspired do? 2 to hit. Alright, not bad. No cascade. No cascade. This is what happens. Pain. Up to your melee and get in there, lady. Oh, crit. All the bugs are getting panicked. Beetles do in fact have zoomies. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't matter. Critical backstab, 64 damage. Holy shit. Okay. These guys are just going now. For him. Aid. Yes. Just this one poor guy left. No. There you go. Well now. Titan. This. Supposedly there's an old lady that lives up here. Oh, these forests probably. Yeah. Besides the buzzing of insects and croaking of toads, the forest is disconcertingly quiet. The foliage seems to thin slightly in this area and to the northeast. Make out a faint wisp of smoke rising from a chimney. This lady's a fucking witch. Like, outright. This is definitely like, ah, yes. Because we're here for, basically there's a lady with her kid. She needs traditional medicine. Surprise, a young man crashes through the undergrowth ahead of you. His face is red and he's panting heavily as he spots you. Help me, they took him. My dar, we were working at the lumber camp when they burst out of the trees. Swing at him, and that axe told me to run. Take him and drag him into the forest. Couldn't tell you because they kind of hid in the undergrowth, but they were large as hounds, and all I saw was a gleam from their terrible eyes. You have to go look for him. It's all I got left since Ma died. Camp's to the east of here. Just go past the big oak, and then you'll eventually see our lean-to and campfire. Please hurry. Ah, yeah, the cottage lies to the northeast. Has a great big tree growing through it, so you can't miss it. Old lady's a bit strange, but she knows things. Potions and herbs. Might even have some to sell you. Bit of marshland north of the big oak. Stay out of there. There's lizards and such, and they say even a single bite is enough to kill you on account of the disease they carry in their mouths. Thank you. Whom's bless you. If and when you find my dar, tell him I'll be waiting for him at home. Alright. Drink a vitality potion just to avoid necessary issues. And stealth. lot of stuff for attunement potions, and these honey bits are useful for the honey. Oh, I don't know what it's used in. It's not used in anything. Shit. Flies buzzing over it. Ah, there they are. Going to use bugs to assault bugs. Fortunately, the rogue has to skill monkey over there. Bastard. No cascade, alright. Things are soaking damage like crazy though, wow. One damage, holy shit. There we go. More cascade. Yes, beautiful. Oh, he's running. Get him back here. There we go. 54 damage, God. Ooh, she even gets a level up. What do you get from this? Club damage. Amazing. More into this and slowly earn up to Circle of Healing, Greater Lay on Hands, Greater Regen. Bad. I'll do that. The northeast, there was a cottage. Not found one yet. Ah, here's where the path goes. First thing you thought of was giant Komodo dragons when he said lizards. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, more flies. Back. Them. And miss. Wonderful. No cascade, come on. Rah. Ah, I see. Can't use it right now. There we go. Destroy. Go, wizard. Fortunately, we have to spread damage like this too. Cascade again. Yes. Beautiful. Him. No more. It was neat that on my very first attempt practicing perfect rush with my brain lagging, got it first try. Not bad. What, you trying sword and shield? Shield's not a bad thing to start with. XP for everyone, rations, entertained companions. Good. Well rested. Motivated as well. What does motivated do? Positive condition, initiative, and willpower. Good. Ah, there's a cave. Campy was mentioned. Mentioned we'd find a lean-to and other stuff. Didn't see any. I do find it funny that fireflies count against the tile modifier, though. There we go. There's their camp. Let's start with, let's see. You maybe not there. Roland can be up here. Here. Funny bug man in the back. Oh yeah. I absolutely love when games use fireflies, if only because I remember having a whole bunch of them when I was very little. Be in the yard all the time. Yeah, bottling them as decorations, yeah. Quite nice. I accidentally moved him forward, oh no. Fine, no worries. Backstab for a bunch of damage, good. Everyone gets a bunch of XP and loots the cluster of corpses. Basically nothing lost. Here's the old lady's hut. Anything else here? No. Yeah. Most uncivil I got of them recently in Voice of the Void. Ah. Old woman sits beside a crib, her silver hair loose and tangled around her shoulders. She hums to herself as she rocks the crib back and forth, a smile tugging at her weathered lips. Cottage is dimly lit, and the room is filled with various dried plants. The air is heavy and heavy with a sense of lavender, thyme, and unmistakable taint of rot. You, Mother Katak? One looks up at you with ancient gray eyes. That I am indeed. What can I do for you, child? A strange coo escapes the crib. Sounds off. You try to peer inside, but the old woman shifts, obscuring your view. Complain about the outbreak in the camp. Explain the situation, the woman absent-mindedly rocks the cradle by her side. She chuckles softly. Fine folk of Horan have a bit of a bellyache, and they thought who better to save us than kindly old Katak. Hannah who sent me here. Her boy is sick as well. Alan? Oh, he's such a lovely little boy. Almost like my little piglet here. He pats the crib. The strange piping sound coming from it sounds nothing like a child. I think it's one of the worms. I'll help, of course. No need to fret, old woman says with a chuckle. Your tummy aches takes old magic. Magic from the earth. What do you need? Find me the unborn of the SKALD ones. They dwell not far from here, north of the great oak and past the fetid pools. But beware, they're fierce and guard their unborn well. I'd ask what's in the crib, but I'm pretty sure the piping sounds are just worms. I think she just has worm baby. Whatever, she's cool. Not like she's doing anything wrong. And this over here is... Oh, I want to leave that. Ooh. Really in here. Who do you say the marshland was, I wonder? Off the map over there. By the way, what's wild to me is this is all one dev. This one guy did this. Incredibly impressive work. That. But it burrowed through the fucking ground. Oh, they're spiders. Oh boy. That'd be fun. Guarantee they do poison. Absolutely, like, without a shadow of a doubt, poison. Yeah. Sure if they'll have a turn, though. Lesser poison attack. I don't think it actually did anything. Fireflies in that game just ignore walls, sometimes the worst. Oh yeah, what, you just randomly see them like filter through things and you're like, ooh. What are you? Just a guy. Ah, this is athletics. Alright. No, not pickable. I don't think thieves' tools are going to... What? Perfect. Yes! Holy shit. You Roland? Yeah. They're alerted. Not for long. Just once more, welcome back. I really can't, wow. I can't actually fight them. Yeah, okay. There we go. Bunch of XP from that. Pools here. Actually move along the river. Ah, and there's a part north as well. There we go. Here. Back. There we go. Backstabbed. I have to start using magic missile now. Push her aside so that... Oh, never mind. Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh, yeah, okay. And does he need attunement potions? Hungry. Ah. 5 of these things to fill him up. Oh, it says unlocked and it's just spider webs. Hey, another level. Good. Pain rush is that. Or I could start unlocking things. Here to get me. Mask lethargy, summon giant insect. I think I'm just gonna do more spell aptitude. Single harmless spider to go with said webs, yeah. That is not a harmless spider. Holy shit, that's big. Yeah. Inspired. All of these are alerted. Hey, hang on. Hold on. Oh, I might actually kill. Wow. Okay. Not bad at all. Ooh. Perfect. Bad at all. Coil in shock as the cocoon shifts under your hands. Whatever is inside is still alive. As you stand there, dumbstruck, you can hear faint moaning. Carefully cut open the cocoon, and a large man stumbles out, no doubt shaken and disoriented from the ordeal. The poor fellow looks at you with wide eyes. What? Who? Where? Your son sent me to look for you. Recollection creeps back into the man's eyes. So Lon's alive? He made it? Thank the Golden. And you risked your own life to save me. How can I ever repay you? War is necessary. In that case, you have my eternal gratitude, my lord. Make my way out. Surely my boy is waiting. Fare thee well, and be careful. These are dark times. Ooh, Locket of Athletics. More for him. We'll give the disease resist amulet to the and we can level this guy. Blade accuracy and more deep cuts, because fun. I think, yeah, he just gets to do that. Yeah. Explore outside the cave. I believe we have one more cave on this map to go through. Suck, because I believe it's filled with disease. The marsh near the center. Yeah, there is. Wonderful. Raw steel. Here. 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 And wizard gets it back, as always. Backstab. Yes. Panic. Yeah. Wow. Guard your eggs this time. Disgusting pile of torn and rotting meat litters the floor. Despite the rancid smell assaulting your senses, it appears the two lizards were greedily gorging themselves on it. There you go. Judging by the number of tracks and quantity of broken bones, a large number of these creatures seem to use this area as a communal feeding ground. Heard that reptiles like these tend to eat large quantities when food is readily available before waddling off to sleep for days afterwards. Perhaps this can be used to your advantage. Lingering stench also gives you the impression that this particular species has a preference for rotten flesh. There's also a survival thing. Judging by the numbers. Okay, yeah, this is the same thing. Two different ones. Of wizard or ranger, like mentality towards shit. Blood will flow. You. And wizard, you can stay there. Backstabbed. Good. Urge +3, yes. All these lizards have become alerted. Oh no. Anyways. Where did I cast that swarm? There we go, one down. Yes. Blasting. Exactly. I mean, that's all the wizard's for. Just smack them. Critical backstab. God, 71 damage. Yes. Our thief some levels here. Hidden deployment. I'm actually gonna leave this space for a moment to heal up. Begin rest. Good. Front gets a bit of XP, some rations, and a big buff. Good. Front is motivated. Peel the mushrooms off the wall. Temperature is noticeably higher in this chamber. Strange nest-like structures cover the ground, and in each of them lies a clutch of large yellowish eggs. Oh, that's... wow, okay, that's 2 combats. Well, 2 combats worth of lizards, it'll be fun. I'm sure. Critical backstab, and it didn't kill him. There we go, but we're injuring it. Yeah. All the lizards are becoming alerted, though. Ooh. Terrifying. Combat. One damage, come on. Ah. Pain. Pain. Uh-oh. I didn't realize whose turn it was. Cleric's gonna have to moderate lay on hands herself. Put one down. Uh-oh. Oh no, the cleric ended up getting one shot. Oh no, and Roland's panicking. Go, that's one more down. Of course, he's just panicking constantly, so he's not gonna be of any use at all. The one guy I need to not panic, and he's like, "Meh." There we go. Finally. Actually reacting to damage. Oh god, never mind, I killed the wizard. Right. Second wind. Ah. Fuck. Alright, load last save. Of course, we're gonna have to redo this combat because I was stupid and didn't save. Oh wait, no we're not. There we go. Her here. Back here. Here. Again, combat. Stab for 52. Courage and let's do have to sit there. Biggest pain in the ass is gonna be injured first. Now all the lizards get alerted. There we go. Panic the guys in the other room. Wow. But we'll... nothing. Cascading well, though. Good. All the lizards are slowly creeping in. To hide in combat. There we go. Do too much damage, but oh, come on. She lost her stealth at the last second? Alright. One down. Luckily, these are all the tougher ones we're getting rid of first. Ooh, but they got Roland. Alright. Good. One down. He's gonna need a lay on hands. Say sooner rather than later, but I can't really change that right now. Ooh, injured torso, that's rough. Moderate lay on hands. You. Enjoy. He didn't even cascade. Fuck. And she missed. Miss. Wow. Go, wizard. Like the only one actually capable of doing anything, because these guys kinda suck. Holy shit, they're missing. There we go. Granted, it helps that they have no light, but you know. Oh, I think Twitch had to reconnect. It says welcome to the chat room again. There we go, injured head. Good. Or, oh. Miss. Drink again. Had that 2 or 3 times happen to you? It might just be high traffic. These later in the day. There we go, backstab. Good. Oh, I've given myself alcohol instead of trying to actually fix myself. Whoops. The wizard is drunk. It's fine, don't worry about it. Yes. And that's a bunch of XP though. Yeah, 770. We want Greater Lay on Hands and Circle of Healing. Ooh, Corporeal Restoration. That's probably injuries. And lead them back outside. And then uninjure them. 2 OP Twitch is trying to nerf me. Of course. Me and the 25 followers I have. Drunken wizards are well-received pastime. Oh, perfect. And forage entertained. We can do. Run, get some XP. Everyone is entertained. Holy shit, that's a lot of lizards as well. Backstab for 53 piercing and it still doesn't do anything. There we go. Good. One down. I fucking sent the swarm of gnats nowhere because I did not think for a moment. Hang on. Nice whiff, asshole. Let him kick its ass. Ooh. There goes a rogue. Oh. Miss. Go. One down. Everyone gang up on that one. Good. Bloodied head. Injured arm. Good. Feast upon the creature. Injured legs. Cast swarm once and then drink. And this guy is panicking. There we go. Bunch of thieves' tools, so we're good. Hat of stealth. Very good for our gear. Stealth. Bad. I believe this is just into the cave that we were at before. Yeah, this is into the larger cave. Have her step out again. And make sure to get her healed. Hold the corpse of a giant spider. May I make sure that we're healed before anything else here. There we go. Begin rest. Everyone gets some XP. Roland finds a ration. Everyone gets it. Wonderful. I know, giant spider. Anything out here in the water? Ah, okay. The lizard cave connects to the spider cave. Interesting. Now we go back up the hut. GG. Everyone hums to herself as she gently rocks the crib back and forth. I have the eggs. Look at these beautiful eggs. Fine, my concoction is nearly ready. He cracks the large eggs open and dumps the squirming contents into her cauldron. Steam begins to rise, and the mixture changes color to a deep crimson. The old woman decants the mixture into a glass bottle. This will do. Soak bread in a thimble of this, and it will purge your guts of any foulness. Empty the bottle, and before slumping heavily down in her chair, suddenly the previously animated woman looks exhausted. The crib rocks slightly as a low growl escapes it. Thank you. The woman begins to tremble as tears run down her cheeks. Then a broad and manic smile twists across her face. My boy is hungry. He says I'm not enough for him anymore. A hearty meal will do him good. Torso marred by half a dozen obscene round wounds. Hearty meal will do him good. Smiles serenely as a horrid chirp escapes the crib. The blanket in the crib ripples as something much larger than a child rises from an inhuman squirming mass of teeth, eyes, and what appears to be tentacles. The eyes stare at you without blinking, and then the creature howls. Or lunges at you with inhuman speed. You thrash around the cottage as it snaps at your face until finally you manage to smash it into a wall. The screams of the abomination mix with those of the old woman as it rapidly scuttles off, up the chimney and into the woods. Look what you've done. The old woman falls to her knees and buries her face in her hands. Stares at the scene, mouth agape. It's insanity. Take the medicine and leave. Who did this? You took my boy from me. Not really a boy, more of a big worm creature, but you know, as you do. I wasn't gonna do shit about it, but he got too hungry, I guess. And just wanted his meat. Escaped somewhere into the woods, so. See if we can deal with boy, or if it's gone. Beggars can't be choosers. I know, exactly. Like, far be it from me to judge the lady, but you know, I'm not gonna let him eat me. Sure that this thing isn't lurking around anywhere. Oh. There we go. One turned. No idea what the fuck you are. Oh, they're flies. Okay, more flies. Stabbed. Oh, panic. Good. Fetch me their souls. Don't want to, but you gotta go downstairs for a bit. Yeah, alright. I'm probably gonna end this off after I end up clearing this area in full. Because I've been going for a good few hours now. Closer to 5, much closer to 3 than I usually do. It'll be fine. This game was just good. I needed to. Ever Arcane Rush is cool. Got choose that yet. Something called Vicious. Oh, multi-attack is down there. I saw that. Okay. Soon. Alright. I'm gonna end up stopping the stream here. Lovely for everyone stopping by. I'm thankful that anyone did. Honestly, I'm very happy to do this again at some point. Good chance I'll end up going forwards with pretty much whatever I can. Yeah. Stay safe, everyone. Bye for now.